There we go. That'll work.
That should work.
That'll work.
Okay. We're doing fine. I think Jim's doing fine.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
He finally got his oil pump fixed. So
Yeah.
he's doing better.
I've been working on all kinds of stuff.
Eva's doing fine.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Gold. Oh, let's see. 6 people watching right now.
That's good.
Well, been a busy week. Hey, Mr.
Don't
Lodak.
start yawning already.
What?
Yeah, don't start that.
Hello, Tony. Van Beek. That sounds South African. Either that or Dutch.
Dutch.
One or the other.
Yeah. Hey,
And,
Tony.
been a very busy week. Oh no, I'm gonna hang in there. I may be hanging like this. That'll be fine. Dutch?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow. Okay, yeah, Keith. That's Tom. Absolutely. He should be here later sometime. Been out at the mill every day this week, except for Monday. And
Hey, Bryce.
everybody's I've been, first of all, training what little I can, Eva, on the laboratory operations and stuff. There's only so much I even know about many of them. Her OCD is coming in handy, making forms and everything so we can keep a lot of details. She's doing things like weighing the amount of slag and weighing the cupels and stuff like that, which in the long run can't hurt.
The book says you're supposed to.
Yep, the book says you're supposed to. But anyhow, so she's doing a great job there, helping out with all that and mixing charges and monitoring stuff. And she's now starting to actually take things out of the furnace and the kiln. We've already had a failure on the new kiln heating element. It was clearly precipitated by a splatter of flux. Not sure how it splattered onto the roof, but it did.
One bloop.
Yeah.
One
bubble went
one
pop
bubble.
or something. I don't know. But anyhow, that either corroded or did a hot spot or whatever. Anyhow, so that broke. Luckily, it was at the end of shift. That is correct, David. I had been trying to get new wire ordered, but they have been out for a while. Last week, they got the Kanthal wire, which is better than nichrome. It operates at a higher temperature. It's more corrosion resistant and really doesn't cost any more. So they finally got that in. So I ordered a 1 pound spool for me, and Lauren wanted a spool for himself. So I ordered 2, and he's going to pay me for that one when they show up. Should be Wednesday. However, due to the fact that I wanted to use the kiln and had no desire to sit around for a week waiting for it to get fixed, I tried various methods of fixing it. Now, the first thing was very simple. I had a high temperature parallel connector. Basically, you're supposed to put 2 wires in it and crimp it.
Yeah.
And I did that, and it worked. Day, maybe? Not sure. And then it burned out at the end of the connector. Okay.
Yeah. A little hot.
So then I tried wrapping new nichrome wire on each end and then twisting the new nichrome together. And that lasted a day or so. The latest repair was I took, and while it was still kind of warm, stretched both ends out into fairly straight segments. And apparently you can do that when it's still kind of on the warm. I mean, I'm not risking burning myself using bare hands with pliers, And then laid them against each other like this, and I took a piece of new nichrome wire and turned it into a small spiral, and then just spiraled it on there, and then kind of crimped it in place, and it's holding for the moment. But I did notice, I thought, well, let me look at this. So when I turned it on, I had the oven open, and I was watching things start heating up. There's a bright spot right there in that thing, and it got hot, and then it turned into a fuse. Something welded itself together.
Yeah, well, it got hotter.
I'm not sure exactly what was going on there, but anyhow, so it's still working at the moment. The new wire should be in on Wednesday, and we'll be turning a couple of heating elements, one for immediate installation and the other one on the shelf for when things break.
That's the way to do it.
Apparently, that's not uncommon. So a new element, what was it, like $100 from the manufacturer?
It wasn't cheap.
It was really expensive. So I say I can make one for like $5 in wire. I think I forget how much is in one of those 1 pound spools, but I need a little over 25 feet of wire is all. So I think I calculated it was over 10. It was like 10 to 12 was what I originally calculated. Right. And it may be more than that, but anyhow, I can get at least 10 elements out of that spool. Yeah. And the scrap from the last spool of nichrome, which was like 22 feet, and I need 25. So, we turned it, made staples and this and that.
It was a 50-foot spool, and we thought we'd be able to get two things out of it.
Yeah, but we had to make staples.
Yeah, but we had to make staples. So we'll now use it for staples.
Well, in first places.
Yeah, you'll use
repairs.
it. Yeah, you'll use it. Just keep it aside.
So that's what's going with that. The new bottom for the kiln, it's holding up great. Good. Zero problems. It is just doing just fine. Mm-hmm. And so I'm very, very happy with that.
Yeah.
So if there are any spills,
can contain them.
The old wire is kind of brittle and corroded. It doesn't want to make that real sharp turn to make a staple, but I got plenty of spare new wire that the drop from the last spool of nichrome gives me plenty. We're going to have to get more liner for the kiln, whatever that kind of foamy stuff is. Yeah. And because like the top where it goes over, that they make like an arch there. There's two side pieces and a top piece.
Yeah.
And the top piece has had so many staples in and out and this and that. It's kind of losing its structural ability to hold a staple. Could be gold miner. I know that the stuff comes annealed, and I got plenty of it right now. So that's
cool.
That's cool. But yeah, I'd say it's nice having a bunch of stuff coming in. I got a pump on order. I've got, the two submersible pumps right now to agitate the tank. And it will agitate. Yeah, look, bigger than the whole screen. I mean, it'll clear an area that big on the bottom between one pump.
Yeah.
And I have two, so I ordered a third. I'll install it.
Drop it in and good to go.
In an equilateral triangle, see what happens. If that's not enough, I can get another one. And so all total, we'll have like $300 worth of pumps. And in order to get the...
then it'll be a new generator.
No, I've already got that figured into it. Where's my stuff here? The issue...
Everything has to keep getting bigger. That's the problem with mining.
You have a pump here, and it has an elbow out the side. So this thrust coming out here tends to tip it on its side a bit, like this.
That's cool,
Well, it's a little too much. Okay?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this PVC here, put a female adapter, and then put a 4-inch pipe nipple on there. And that becomes a weight. Yeah, I actually just taped one on one of the others in it. And it gives it a much better, it's about like this kind of an angle versus like that.
Yeah.
But just by doing that, Now they're galvanized, so I'm going to have to take some hydrochloric acid and ungalvanize them.
Yeah, so you don't
Yeah.
keep adding contaminants when you're trying to get your gold out.
Who's getting agitated? What are you talking about, John?
Hey, John.
So seems to be doing real good. It's busting stuff and moving it around. The consumption of Eco Goldex continues. Right now, without the RC46 or the big crusher, I just got the 1,000 pounds in there, and the Eco Goldex continues to deplete. We added some, so I think it may be a time-sensitive thing more than anything else. I don't know, but I can tell you it is depleting some. We just measured it yesterday, and it was down to 0.5 kilograms per ton. When we started out at 1.5, it went down to, what was that, 0.75 when we replenished?
Yeah.
Just an environmental depletion?
Yeah, it's just whatever it is that the Eco Goldex active ingredient is that we're neutralizing by adding silver chloride. Silver nitrate. That's the titration solution.
Okay.
Whatever active ingredient that is seems to lose its usefulness over time. I don't know whether it's being consumed by the material, whether it's breaking down environmentally or whatever. But
could very well be being consumed by the
so
material.
just sitting in the tank seems to consume stuff. So that's something to take into consideration.
Mental note or paper note.
When we're in full production,
Right.
it shouldn't matter.
No, you'll be running often enough that you're probably not gonna. You'll be
Something
checking
to
it
test,
anyway.
too.
So if you have
Yeah.
to, yeah.
We use titration, Argonaut. Titration is a process. Let me get my little thing here. Okay. You start with a sample which is of a known quantity. And this is 10 cc's. Okay. Now you put an indicator in here, which will change color under certain conditions. Then you add a titration solution, which is of a known concentration, and you use something called a burette, which is very well calibrated, so that as you're adding it and you keep stirring this, you'll see the color change. You stop adding, you see how much you had to add, and by using the formulas that you're given by the manufacturer, you say, okay, this means that there is that much active ingredient in the solution. Okay, you do essentially the same thing with cyanide solution.
You did a video.
I've got a
right?
video.
Yeah, there's a video back in time somewhere there on titration.
Yeah. So that's how you measure that. The pH is done with a simple pH meter.
Right.
You just stick it in, it gives you a number. So I say Eva's learning the lab stuff. And so it's kind of her job to do all these routine tests.
And now you're going to start monitoring temperature of fluid and ambient temperature.
Well, ambient's not that critical.
Well, you might want to see where it is with the fluid, though. You know, if the air temperature is this and the fluid temperature is that, if you start recording it, eventually you have enough data point. You probably have more data than you want.
Well, my plan is to check them both every single day, temperature of the ranch, temperature of the tank, so I can have a chart that shows the following of the correlation between the two.
Yeah, well, we'll get lots of data points.
It'll be a lot of data, but.
And what we're talking about here is when I started up again this spring, we have a 3-stage recovery process where the solution goes from one resin cartridge to another. And I take a sample here, here, and here. Okay. This is the head sample. this is C1. I'm not sure what it is. Cartridge 1. And this is tails. Okay. Now, this cartridge 1 here was the very first set the solution I ran through there didn't recover anything.
Right.
Okay. The next time I ran a batch through there, it recovered, I don't know, about 25%. And then the next time it recovered about 70%. And we thought, wow, what could be causing that? Could this have, it might have frozen during the wintertime or got subjected to freezing temperatures.
Right.
So that might have done something to it. And because these other two cartridges, which had partly new and partly old resin, they were doing fine. None of the tails was ever very high. Initially, this stuff wasn't recovering too well. Now it's recovering better. Now it's recovering better still. These have always just been scavenging up everything. Hard to tell why. But anyhow, we thought we would do a comparison of temperature to recovery. Now, the problem is, in the past, how do you measure the temperature? Well, you can't, but you can look at the weather records.
Yeah.
And so when the temperature was at 40 degrees, for the average daily temperature at 40 degrees Fahrenheit for the 3 days, the day of the sample and the 2 days prior, that gave no recovery. When
that fluid
average
temperature could have been down at 35 degrees though, or something.
Absolutely. You know. The next one was at 44 and a half. I'm such a bad writer. And that gave about 27% recovery. And the last batch we ran was at 55 degrees and got 72%.
60 degrees.
Yeah. Now, this is only in cartridge 1. Overall, we've been getting great recoveries.
Hey,
So,
smoking.
I was at the lab talking to the guy, and the guy at the lab said, "Do you have a thermometer?" And I go, "No, but I can get one." He says, "Do you want one? I got some old mercury thermometers that I don't use anymore." I said, "Sure, why not? Little one." So he said, "I got a bunch in the drawer. I don't use any anymore. You want some?" "Sure." So he brought out about that many of them.
Behold,
Yeah, some
my
really
new
nice
beauty.
ones.
-10 to 260 degrees Celsius.
In a
Mine.
stainless steel protective holder. Then I got two others from 0 to 50C in stainless steel protective holders. Hey, Matt, how's it going?
Matt.
Hi, Lauren.
Probably go for John's question here first and then go to Tricky's question.
But now we're going to start measuring the temperature before we run it through the resin and see what happens there. I'm sure the chemists can figure it out. I think Chris, who by the way hasn't showed up yet.
Sleeping in.
Yeah, he doesn't get notifications.
Nobody sent it in that we know of to have it tested, John, but I'm sure it could be reverse engineered.
Well, Chris said he actually looked up the patent.
Oh yeah, go. Let's see what that means.
And so he knows what's in it, but the thing is, they mix some stuff and then they heat it to a high temperature and kind of calcine it and react it, and then grind it up again. So he's not sure what it is you've got once that has happened. And even then, once you put it into the water, what exactly does it do is a little complicated.
Right.
Yeah, Chris, it's Monday. Take care. That's how he's usually.
All right. Well, then go to Tricky's question there.
So it's hard to tell what the chemistry is involved, and it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't throw something in there that doesn't really do anything, just to complicate the issue.
Probably. Yeah, some filler or something.
If the EcoGold exteriors are without use, does that affect any gold in solution after it has been used? Don't know yet. It's an excellent question. Do not know. And the question is, how far would it have to deteriorate? Right now, it's gone to half of what it started out with, which I'm sure will be perfectly adequate. But I don't know what exactly is going on in terms of, I don't even know the complexes that are being formed for sure.
What's happening in it?
Yeah, I'm not the chemist to really understand this real well. It's like a good mechanic can just kind of listen to your car and say, "Oh, I know what that is," but the average Joe Schmuck, bang, bang, bang. Okay, that's a lifter tapping,
right.
Or something like that. But anyhow, so we don't know what's going on for sure. But the other thing is the resins, the resin that we got, I say it may have been subjected to cold. And so the manufacturer said to activate the resin, you soak it in salt water, basically.
Okay.
And that'll kind of open up like you do with the water softener.
Yeah.
So we're going to be doing some tests there. But first we have to get a crusher so that we can throw it through the grinder so we can make another batch and this and that and the other. Eva's suggestion was just make a couple little packets and stick them in the filter cartridges, cartridge one.
See what it does.
And take one and treat it with salt first and the other one not. Put them both in there. And then we can fire assay it basically now.
Right.
Our smelting operation is essentially a fire assay.
Correct.
So we now have a method that's reasonably accurate in determining how much gold is in the resin at a particular point in time. So that's good. That may be why it's a complicated solution or thing. I mean, that may be to affect that. Yeah, we need a lot faster production than that, John. But these are things we're learning, and we shall see. Now, the other thing that we're going to be doing some research on kind of in the spare time is what's known as elution. Now, the first thing we tried so far with a lot of ion exchange resins, specifically water soluble. I mean, if it gets loaded up with iron, they say, sodium chloride, potassium chloride,
right, salt treated
treatment will tend to get rid of that.
Right.
So that's what we did. Eva uses something called light salt to keep her potassium levels up. So we just used some of that. It was readily available. It's half potassium, half sodium chloride.
Mm-hmm.
So we made up a saturated solution of that, reacted it with the beads, and it sure took something out of the beads. There'll be a video here shortly, folks, next week probably. But the solution turned dark amber. That's
right. I seen a little bit of the highlight of it.
Yeah. Clearly something's coming out of the beads.
Well, in clearing an old car battery or that, they'll just use Epsom salt to knock down the sulfization of the plates. Yeah, or iron, on the plates, just Epsom salt.
Yeah.
It's the same concept.
Yeah. And so the idea is to find a solution that does two things. Number one, it strips the gold off of the resin. Well, actually three things, although it might take a multiple stage process. It will strip the gold off of the resin but it also has to be able to be electroplated out of solution once you've done that.
Right.
So we shall see. We'll be doing experiments to see if we come up with something. And then it needs to ideally then reactivate the resin when you're done with it all. Okay.
Fractal don't give us too much.
Yeah.
We have our days where we might be batshit crazy.
There you go, Chris.
Yeah.
You're here.
Don't,
Yay.
don't go that far yet. Hang around.
But anyhow, so we'll be working on that. I say it's nice to have a what do you call it? A fire assay technique that works so you can quickly ascertain how much is in your resin.
Yep.
But
another data point
yeah.
you'll be able to put down on paper.
Yeah. Also, I went, and I know Lauren's listening, that KD3 solution, that indicator solution, Lauren, that we used over at your place. I called Happy Camper Prospecting, I think it was, and they only had the whole kits. They didn't have just the KD3, but they put me in direct contact with the guy who makes the kits and everything, and he's sending me 2 16-ounce bottles for $100.
There you go.
Now,
there's a shed hunters at opening day in Montana.
Yeah, we need about, I forget, I didn't look at my notes recently, but it was like a drop or two per test.
Right, so you should have a
So,
lifetime supply.
We got plenty for a long time here. So that will also give us the ability to directly test the leaching solution in real time to see how much gold there is. It's not extremely precise, but the detection limit's around 1 to 2 parts per million, which our normal leaching solution is running 10, 20 parts per million. So we can theoretically ascertain, is the resin still doing its job, things like that. Again, in real time. This is another test Eva is going to be running in the lab as we're doing our stuff. Yeah, I don't know what the international shipping on that would be and stuff. If you want me to, do you want me to put you in contact with him, Tricky? I can give you his contact information. Just email me and say, yeah, I want to talk to the guy, and I'll give you his contact information so you can get a hold of him and see if you could, so you can get some of that too, if possible. But anyhow, so that will allow us, we'll be able to test the Eco Goldex in real time. I'll try and remember. Send me an email to remind me, Tricky, and I'll go ahead and do that. It's pretty simple. And I just don't want to give his information out on the air, so to speak. But we can test pH, we can test Eco Goldex, we can test gold in solution.
Yeah,
all in real time.
Right.
We can test gold in resin in 3 hours or thereabouts. We have to do a fire assay, so it takes 3 to 4 hours to complete that test, because you got to QPEL and then part and then re-QPEL.
According to the book, it should only take me an hour.
Yeah. The parting of the bead part tends to go a little slower than that too. But anyhow, so we have a whole bunch of different things, capabilities that we're now acquiring.
Yep.
I'm also kind of readjusting the tailings pad out there so that we can get more capacity out of it. So I'll be rearranging things a little bit. That'll take me, probably next week. Been doing a lot of physical labor, which is good, getting me in condition.
Exercise, before you go start climbing up and down hills again.
Yeah. Well, it's not the climbing up and down the hill; it's the busting the rock and hoisting the buckets.
Hanging in the mine on a rope.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Luckily, I don't need to hang anymore because I got a platform I'm working on.
That helps.
By using the roof jack, as a handrail to keep me from accidentally going too far. I don't even need to be tied off, which there comes a point where too much safety equipment becomes a safety hazard.
Right. Yeah.
You
It
know?
can happen. Yeah.
So
More in your way, you're more liable to trip over that.
exactly. When you're attached by a rope to something, that
It's hard.
complicates
It's hard
life,
to work that way.
especially in tight quarters. We're hoping that by around this weekend, we should be back up at the mine, getting it up and running and everything. Oh yeah, Goldbacks. That's what I'm holding up when Eva's doing her little.
Gold backs.
You bought some gold backs, John.
Several
That's
states
pretty.
make them.
Yeah, they're like this, and they're basically on plastic, and they're vapor deposited gold, I believe.
Yeah, it's vapor deposited on the plastic.
It's
and
shining
another
back
sheet
so
of
much you can't.
micro
Yeah,
thin
well, they're
plastic
going to
is
shine
used
some, but
over
anyhow, they're really cool. Hey Jeff, how's it going?
Hey, Jeff.
So
Several states have them now.
I think it'll catch on a little bit as far as local economies.
Yeah.
Well, in Utah, you can buy things with them, and
Yeah.
you can pay state debts with them.
Yeah.
cool. So, say that's what we're doing this week.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she's a pretty smart guy. She's a pretty smart guy. Okay, that sounds awfully progressive, doesn't it?
Rephrase.
Dude, are you calling me a
Dude.
guy?
Yeah.
Bad bear.
Oh my goodness. Be still my beating heart,
Hey,
Tom.
Tom.
Keith was trying to get a hold of you for some reason, Keith Tenkin. So you might check that out. So anyhow, we should be back at the mine in about a week, would be my guess. This weekend was the first weekend where it's open. You have lots of people out there hunting for elk sheds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they open the gates
like
and
that.
everybody heads in.
Yeah, apparently, according to the news, there's a far higher number of people than usual shed hunting for the season open.
Well, yeah, money. A lot of people are hurting.
I want sheds.
Yeah, well, if we happen to find some, fine. Anyhow, yeah, those goldbacks are really cool. They're very pretty, nice and detailed and stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah, even if just for a collector's item, they're pretty neat.
Well, they have a different amount of gold too, depending on the value.
Yeah.
So there's an actual
5,
melt volume.
10s, 20s. I don't know what's the biggest one they had. Just a 20, is it?
Hundreds.
Is it? Do they have 100?
Yeah, I believe they
Yeah,
are
Tom,
around
he
100.
just got on earlier today on this chat here. So you got his phone number, right? Anyhow, so here's another thing. If you go back probably a couple of years now, that triple threat hydromatic jig that I was using for some of that stuff, it's in Tucson and it's available for sale if anyone wants it. Yeah, Tom, just doing that. And it also comes with about a, I don't know, 7-foot diameter horse trough, round horse trough. I don't know,
2 feet
20
deep or whatever.
20
yeah.
inches deep, whatever it is. So, and that's in Tucson. So if anyone wants to buy that and pick it up in Tucson, let me know. Because just kind of liquidating surplus stuff that I'm not planning on using again. Oh dear. Yeah. Once we get mining again, that'll be interesting. The engine for the RC46, they're figuring out what needs to be done on that. I need to research finding a V-belt pulley for that tractor PTO drive. It's a 6-spline, 1.125" to the outside of the splines on the PTO shaft.
Mm-hmm.
The V-belts are 7/8 of an inch. The grooves are 7/8 of an inch across at the top. So I'm not sure what size belt that is, but according to the boss, the grooves on the RC46 are smaller. Or no, not the RC4, the Stutenroth. They're a narrower groove, so it's the next, at least the next size up. So I got to get that so we can get a
C or a D belt.
Yeah, something like that. So anyhow, we shall see what we shall see. Yeah. Correct, Chris. The belt on the pulley on the crusher is about 24 inches. Let's see. The pulley on the crusher is 24-inch diameter, 3-groove pulley, and the grooves in the pulley are 7/8 inch wide. The spline on the PTO has 6 splines, 1 1/8 outside diameter. It's an international cub tractor. So I need to see what I can do. We may have to have a pulley made up, with a triple V-belt pulley
with a hub,
and then just
hub size.
do a hub. The triple thread hydromatic is not from, well, yeah, originally it was from Kiln. I'm thinking a reasonable price on that would be $500. It's basically ready to go. It's been modified, but it works even better than it did originally. Yep. Sounds cool, Tricky. You betcha. Bursting bubbles may result in PM losses. Could be. I don't know.
Gonna be working on it. My job.
Yeah, I'm thinking just get a standard triple groove pulley, and then either getting the old, a pulley that's actually designed to fit that spline, and cutting the hub out of the one and putting it in the middle of the other or something like that. So shouldn't be a problem. I mean, it's a fairly simple machining operation to build it all from scratch. So I don't think we'll have too much trouble. It may take a little while, but it's technologically it's fairly simple.
Well, yeah, that thing's probably older than I am.
I haven't even started looking yet, but I say that then we can use the big crusher, the RC46. Of course, the engine guy didn't realize there was a reduction gear there, so this week he's pulling the reduction gear housing off of my motor, looking at everything and seeing if he can just transpose it onto the new motor. It may just be a simple bolt-on thing.
Might be.
So we'll see. That's what I'm thinking, Chris. I'd say either that, or if we can get a pulley or anything that's designed to go on that PTO that has the splines in it, and then a V-belt pulley. Well, drill, cut, weld.
Yeah. Yeah, you could build a hub.
Yeah. So I don't know about beautiful stuff, Jeff, but it sure worked. I say I've got something now that's a lot lighter and more compact that basically does the same thing. So that's why I don't need it anymore. Unfortunately, neither one of them would work on this ore that I'm dealing with right now.
Next project.
Yep. So anyhow, the diameter. Okay. You ready, Chris? Diameter of the small triple groove pulley, 8 1/4 inch outside diameter. Grooves 7/8 inch wide on top. Okay. The spline is a female spline in the pulley. It's 6 splines, 1 1/8 inch outside diameter of the splines, and the tractor is an international cub, which may give you the spline criteria.
Right.
So anyhow, so working on that too. Just all kinds of crazy stuff going on here. And Eva's having a good time out there.
Starting here real shortly, I will be making lab reports.
Yep.
They very well might, Jeff, because some of those they put the belly mowers on under them, and they used a 3-bolt pulley for the belly mowers. So they might have one that slides right on that shaft.
It's entirely possible. Hey Terry, and so let's say we'll see what we got. The nice thing is it's really easy to tension a pulley when one end is a tractor. Tension the belts.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could probably go with a little larger for the drive pulley, but that's what the one currently is, that they were using the flat belt over the
24
flywheel to drive it, but it kept coming off, because it was a flywheel. It wasn't really designed for the flat belt.
That'd be easy to fix.
Appreciate it, Chris. So anyhow, those are kind of some of the stuff we're looking for. And aside from getting your oil pump fixed, you do anything this week?
Working on trucks and equipment, and the next step is head up and work on other equipment now that the snow is melting. Try to get out and do some prospecting too.
Yeah,
But I think they have rain in the forecast for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday here. Or something.
Really?
So yeah,
that'll work okay
Yeah.
for earth moving. Yeah, we don't have to water it.
so
Boy, my boots sometimes get pretty nasty because
yeah,
spraying water on there and
sliming
around.
around in it.
But anyhow, so that's kind of our situation. Working on a detailed estimate for what the cost per ton is going to be total. I'm breaking it down.
Yeah.
Mining, transportation, milling.
Fuel surcharge.
Oh yeah. And then refining.
Yeah, it got expensive this year suddenly.
Yeah. I vote for Minnesota because it's the government. I just hate the government.
Yeah, it's the salt, John.
Are there any fellow fans of shiny things? From down under. Well, Eva loves crystals of any kind. Okay. Gold, sapphires, opals. She doesn't care about the gold. If you had silver, it'd be a different story. Sapphires, opals. Yeah, she loves those. I don't know if you've got my email fractal, but
we had any Australians here tonight or not?
He is.
Yeah, I know he is, but if there's
Yeah.
any others, there usually is a few.
We'll probably get a couple later. Gruber Ned. We have a couple from Australia that are usually here. Mohammed.
Yeah.
Gruber Ned looks like the kind of guy that'll try about anything fun.
He does some cool stuff.
Yeah. So anyhow, so
I like silver and crystals. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a very busy summer for Eva and me. And that, it's kind of daunting in some ways, but not in others. Glenn, that depends to a great extent on other considerations besides just the concentration. If you have a large disseminated ore body that is running 1 to 2 parts per million, but you got a whole mountain of it. That's the sort of thing you can sell or lease to a big mining company. You will not have the economic capability of bringing that online. Just the permitting cost will run you tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Okay. On the other hand, if it's very narrow, my focus is on micro scale mining. We always be aware of other stuff like Jim here. He found something of significance, but not of the character that would lend itself to micro scale mining. So he's leased his claims.
Yeah.
And so he now gets paid to prospect by the people who are leasing the claims from him, and he'll get paid even more money if and when they bring it in production. Yay! That's a good way to do things if you can. For micro scale mining, I will generally say you're using ppm and ppb. So I'll go ahead and use both metric and English. If you got 1 ounce per ton, you can usually go a foot wide and make money micro scale mining. And the vein 2 feet wide, if it's running a half an ounce to the ton, you can probably make it work. Once you start getting down below a half an ounce to the ton, your cost per ton of mining and extraction, transportation, milling stuff can really eat that up real quick. If those things can be quite reasonably done, you can get down to about 1/10 of an ounce per ton. In parts per million, 1/3 of a meter at 30 parts per million, well, usually you can make money on that. If you're talking 2/3 of a meter, 15 parts per million, and if you're looking unusually favorable conditions on a micro scale, you could probably get down to about 3 parts per million, but everything would have to line up in your favor. Okay. I understand what you're saying, John. Unfortunately, we're not Congress. But yeah, those are just kind of some good rules of thumb. If you're above that, especially if you're well above that in the grade for that size thing,
then
you're usually pretty safe to be in the money if you don't have something that's a real monkey wrench.
Right.
It's trying.
Yeah.
For example, no access.
Yeah, bad access or some issue.
Yeah. You're getting past micro. If a guy, if a 65-year-old geezer and his, what are you, 5'6"?
5'3".
And his 5'3" wife can do it, it's micro scale. Okay. We may have to get one more person before the summer's over.
We are artisanal miners. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, when I'm making the preg pond and everything, I'm being very artistic about it. So that makes sense.
Very artisanal.
Yes. No, we're not the Congress. We're the boss, theoretically. Yeah, well, a guy, one of the managers a long time ago I worked for, he said there's 3 kinds of people in the world. Like that, 3, I guess. It's weird. It's because it looks a little different.
on the
I think it's reversed. Let's see.
It's like this there.
No, not really. It's kind of weird. But anyhow, 3 kinds of people. Number 1, producers. That would be your miners, your farmers, oil, fishing, timber, stuff like that. Some manufacturing, iron
machine shop, iron works.
Okay. Then you have non-producers. These are the people that facilitate the producers, like the accountants, the mechanics, the salesmen and stuff like that. They don't make anything, but if they don't do their job, it's really hard to make and sell and move stuff. Okay. And then you have the anti-producers. That's government for you. They're the ones that get in the way of production.
Yeah.
And
your insurance agents, your government,
even
your,
in a
some
way,
of your financial
your
people.
insurance agents can be facilitators in some way. They can be non-producers, but your regulators are almost always anti-producers.
Yep.
And if you let the anti-producers get out of hand, you got a problem.
Well, we're there.
That's what he said.
We're there.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Lars.
Hey, Lars.
You want a hydromatic jig? It's over in Tucson. So anyhow,
it's a whole nother load, though.
That's why you can't just say, well, what's good? What kind of ore would be profitable? There's so many other factors, some physical, such as where's the location? Is it up on top of that mountain, up on top of the 3,000-foot cliff with no roads?
Right.
There's no water. The ground is so poor, and it has so little competence that you need extreme ground control measures, things like that.
Yeah, ground could be a big factor.
Regulatory compliance. It's in the middle of a wilderness area. Okay, forget it.
Yeah.
Land status.
Yeah.
Yep. Land status would definitely play into that.
Artisanal miners. Does that mean you're under pressure? Hey, that's not bad. Not bad, Jeff. I'll give you I think a 7.2.
Yeah, that's
on
a
that
good,
one.
yeah,
That's
good
a
score
one.
there.
Artisanal miners. Not bad. But anyhow, so this is why, Glenn, there is no particular number, a magic number. Whatever. It all depends on other factors. If you go to my website, I've got a project analysis form where you basically, if you're looking over a project, these are the things to take into consideration. And I also have a mining cost project estimator, so you can punch in numbers and it'll calculate things to give you a better idea. Can you haul enough digging beer to the mine? With me, that's not a problem. I do not like the flavor of beer, and alcohol puts me to sleep, so I would be very non-productive. I have been sleeping good lately. Yeah, I have been swinging a pick.
Yeah, you get enough physical work and you tend to sleep.
Well, I tell you what, I've been getting great exercise. See, no blisters either. See,
well, that's good.
I've been careful. I think that's fuel for the diggers.
Yeah, refreshments for the diggers.
Yeah, exactly. But anyhow, so everything seems to be coming together pretty well. We're just a tad behind schedule, I would say.
Yeah, we're about
nothing.
In all the years I've been in the mountains here, we're actually weather-wise up in the higher country. We're a few days even ahead of normal.
Really?
Yep. But it's and I've told Keith this before. 12th of May. It'll be about you'll be getting close to that time where you can start to access things, and that's about where we are.
Well, mine's at a much lower elevation. I'm sure
Right.
I can get access right now.
Southern exposure too, some access. But
you've had man hands? Well, okay, but don't ask, don't tell, Tom. He's had a man's hands. Okay.
You manhandled once for about a minute, huh?
I have no idea. Maybe he was passed around for an hour.
Okay, boys.
But anyhow. Okay, thank you, Tricky. I'll get it tomorrow and send it back. So, I think we're in pretty good shape overall. Oh, vibration of the drive shaft.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I got the drive shaft rebuilt. The splines were worn some.
Yeah.
Okay. And when I took it off, the yokes were rotated at 90 degrees. Okay. When it came back from the shop, they were parallel because it's a slip yoke there. So I took the slip yoke off, rotated it at 90, put it back in. I'm still getting a vibration. So the other day I took it up. I called my brother, asked him, look under your truck. What do you see on your drive shaft? Are they lined up or are they at 90? And he goes, they're lined up. The other day the boss was out at the ranch. I said, let me look at you under your truck just a minute. I look and they were lined up.
Yeah.
So I took, how long does it take to pull 4 bolts?
Slide the shaft apart and put it back together.
And so 10 minutes later, I had it lined up the other way, and the vibration has essentially gone away.
There you go.
So it was the slip yokes, and I don't know how it got rotated that way, but what the heck?
Somebody had it apart at one time or something.
I would spread it to select. I am not trying to get a whole bunch of people because I like to give personal attention to everybody that I can. Oh, Lars is sending you something, little one.
Oh, cool.
And so I'm not trying to get huge thing. I don't make my living off of the internet like some people do.
All right.
And I'm not worried about the numbers or things like that. I'm worried about being able to share information well and things like that. I mean, like right now we have 21 people here and we can talk and somebody can come up with a question. 3 different people can think of stuff and respond to it, and it works well. I watch these live streams where the comments are going like this, and it's like, well, that wouldn't work for us. Not what we like to do. So those people that you think are might be especially interested or whatever, please do. But don't just try and get as many people here as you can, Fractal. We go for quality, not quantity. And the main thing about quality is people who are actually interested in getting their hands dirty in some way, shape, or form. For example, you noticed Tricky Dicky there. He's in the Philippines. He's got a mining operation. We got a guy in Colombia that's working on a mine. Gruber Ned is working on some stuff in Australia. And that's, yeah, exactly. Cool place for the cool kids. Exactly. We welcome anyone to visit.
Yep.
But the people who feel comfortable here are the people who are serious about doing something, if not now, then someday. So, yeah. How long did it take us to get to northern Utah? From Tucson, we were in central Utah. Was it the same day, little one, or did we?
Yeah.
No, did we spend the night at Page?
Yeah, we spent the night at Page.
Spent the night at Page. Call it 2 days. We were hauling a heavy trailer and not taking it fast and things like that. All the way to Montana was like 3 days. So yeah, not that bad. Really get a computer to work, getting the internet to work. Luckily, we have friends that know electrons. Yeah, I'd have big trouble.
3.5 hours, Lars. Yeah, Lars, you were just hammered down.
Well, just follow the vapor trail. There's Lars.
There's Lars.
But yeah, I don't know if you heard me, but there is a Keen hydromatic jig over there in Tucson too, Lars, if you're interested in it. If not, no big deal. Anyone else wants to buy it, let me know. So that's what we try and do here, Fractal, is help each other overcome and solve problems and come up with elegant solutions and then share them. That's kind of what we do here a lot. And so that's kind of our gig. And it's entertaining to the right kind of people, but it's not designed as entertainment. It's designed as education. We just try and make it as entertaining as possible.
Oh, we have some fun here. Occasionally it gets pretty funny.
Oh, we definitely like to have fun.
You got to have fun.
We like to have fun. That's why you'll see, like when I fall down, I leave it in the video. That kind of stuff. Or when I melt a switch.
Yeah. That was epic.
Yeah, see, there's a classic case, Fractal. Chris is referring to the unfortunate surgical accident that occurred a few months ago. But
you'd have to go back to get that one.
I survived. Although the hospital benefits wants me to pay a bill.
If
Yeah.
you're curious, Fractal, he's now half the man he used to be.
I lost that much weight? No. But anyhow, I don't know if I can, short of getting the other computer over here. Let's see.
Once you
No, Lars. I say it just if you want to buy it, you can go over there. There's also a big horse tub that goes with it, but that's not a big deal.
That's always a good question, isn't it, Lars? And what's the catch? No, it's just over there.
Yeah. I told my
nothing
brother,
coming to Montana, Lars.
I told my brother he could have it. He doesn't want it, so he's kind of changed his mind. Let's see if I can get on my email over here. Oops, wrong one. Come on. And then let me make sure I'm not on it here. Delete that. Okay. And then you have jerks like Tom.
Oh man, yeah.
Arizona Prepper 7.
Yeah.
Let's see. So go to mail.
I
I'll
think
see if
you
I-
mean the macho taco.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Should never have named him that little one. It's gone to his head. Let's see.
Well, you're in no danger, Bear. He only loves me for my green bean casserole.
Could be. Oh, could you stop that, you stupid computer? Okay, so I'm trying to. Of course not. I have no idea what happened there. Filter. No. Sort.
No.
Well, it's sorting it weird now. Sort.
Any other questions, guys? Bring them. Get your
There it is,
questions
sort
up.
by date. There
Yeah.
we go.
He's checking out these pictures from Tricky.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
See if he can share any of these images.
Okay. So let's see what we got here. See, this the easiest way for me to do this, because I am not happy with electrons and they're not happy with me.
Won't
Is
last
to-
long when it's unplugged.
I know, little one. Can just give me a minute while I get all these plugs out. That's a lot of pictures there. So let's see. Yeah, that works.
That's not bad at all, actually. I don't think.
It's a little low tech, but what the heck?
So
So pictures from the Philippines routed through Helena, Montana to wherever the hell you are.
is that the 200 Celsius or 300? He had a couple different ones there.
I don't know. Going to the next one here. It's thinking of loading it. Yours are a lot smoother looking than mine are. He's got smoother balls. Let's see, is there any
He
particular?
still has all his balls.
He's got half a dozen showing right there.
Yeah.
Oh. Also, if you're easily triggered, go somewhere else.
If you're easily triggered, skip the tinfoil hat report.
Yeah.
Let's see.
There you go. Up a little. No, about there. I don't know.
I don't know. It's kind of hard
No,
for me
is
to.
that actually the resin bead, or is that?
Those are resin beads.
Yeah.
And see those bubbles he's talking about?
Yeah.
Yep. He said, did someone say cream bean casserole?
Yes.
And so does this old mine with Laura's. Enter. Come on.
It is universally known that I make good green bean casserole.
See if I got anything. Oh, there's a little bit better.
That's actually pretty good pictures of that.
Yeah, that works out pretty well.
Yeah, David. Porn.
So anyhow,
That's the
he's talking about those bubbles.
That's
there.
the 200 tricky.
I think this is the 300 here because
Well,
look at the colors
Paris
change.
would totally make my green bean casserole if he got off his lazy butt.
I don't like it that much.
I said Paris could make it.
Oh,
He likes it.
see, then this must be the higher temperature.
300.
Okay, this is 300, isn't it, Tricky? OnlyFans gold. Okay. Do you want to see my gold balls?
That's probably already taken, Chris.
There you go.
Yeah, we get teaser pics of people's golden balls.
Yeah.
From the Philippines.
Yep.
Anyhow, so that's basically.
Some micro pictures.
It's kind of the color looks a little different on my computer than through that camera and everything. It looks a little more goldish here.
Goldish. I don't know. Could be a little silvery, but
Yeah. Some of them, there's something yellow there. It looks like, but it doesn't necessarily look like a resin bead.
huh.
Anyhow,
Thanks, Tricky.
let me go ahead and plug this thing back in.
Good to see what other people are doing too to kind of compare notes.
Yeah, I'm looking at. Hey, Gruber. Yeah.
Hi, Gruber.
Hope you're feeling better there.
Yeah. Take care of yourself first, Ned. Make sure you got plenty of vitamin D. And
Yeah, don't rely on sunlight for that.
yeah, he's got COVID. He says. Yeah, everyone's going to get it. If you haven't had it, you're going to get it. Luckily, the this new Omicron variant is generally not nearly as serious, but there's no guarantees on that. Anyhow, so Tricky, I'm looking at eluting the resin in the future too. So yeah, that's what my brother said. My brother's had it. Gonzo's had it. They both said it really sucked. Yeah.
We've Argonaut, we've had a lot of Wolverine sightings this year, all over the place up here. So they seem to be coming back pretty decent.
Are they much of a problem in a campsite or anything like that, or they just leave you alone?
I've never actually run across. I've seen tracks once in the snow way up on a mountain in the winter, but they kind of stay to themselves most of the time.
Yeah, I haven't heard of them being very aggressive. Not like
this
bears.
year, there's been a lot of sightings this spring on Wolverines, which is really neat.
Yeah, I don't think. I haven't heard of problem Wolverines like problem bears. You know.
No, well, I don't think there was enough of them either. You know.
Yeah. I think later on we're going to be going more for eluting the resin and getting some kind of a solution that will suck the gold out of the resin and then electroplate it out of the solution. But we're not there yet.
Kelly.
Gamma alumina? I have no idea what gamma alumina is.
Look it up.
Sounds cool. I want some.
Come on. GA.
He thinks I'm joking.
There it is.
Gamma alumina.
Powder for flaming.
I've never heard of it.
Aluminum oxide.
Let's see. Nanoparticles, blah, 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 aluminum oxide. Metal oxide, outward appearance, aluminum oxide is spherically shaped. Various forms of alpha and gamma. Structural differences, the different crystalline structure.
Bigger and smaller.
When exposed to HCH, both alpha and gamma phase with relative. It's shown as alpha alumina is crystalline shape. No, I've never considered using alumina as part of the flux recipe. Apparently, this gamma alumina is more in the 1000 C, 1100 C range. So, don't know. Yes, I do not want to corner a Wolverine. As for the gamma alumina, no, I've never tried that.
I'd like to get a hold of some. We have plenty of aluminum, but
5 resins.
Yeah, think of a 150-pound badger. That's a pretty good idea of a Wolverine.
with bigger claws
Yeah.
and a meaner disposition.
Yeah, small bear.
I understand, Gruber Ned.
Welcome to mining.
Yeah. What are thoughts on top opening versus front opening furnaces? I like the front opening for small things like cupels, small crucibles and stuff like that. If you're going to be using big things, then I wouldn't see a problem with a top opening kiln. How about you?
I don't, a top for doing what you're doing I don't think you'd like it at all.
Yeah.
Basically a door window view type system is you can set your trays in carefully. And
yeah. Isotopic gold. You mean colloidal gold, perhaps? Because isotopic would be different isotopes are different nucleic arrangements of neutrons and protons. Yeah, just take your time, Gruber. 2350. Yeah, that's higher than I can do, Kelly. My kiln's maxing out at about, I normally run 1900, but I'll go up to 2000 if I'm melting pure gold. But I don't like to go much over that. I'll burn up the elements. But yeah, Ned, take care of yourself. Yeah, exactly.
I would agree
John.
with that, John, too. Yeah.
When you're doing a
great big smelt,
propane power furnace, it's a lot easier to make a vertical cylinder with a removable top, and it works just fine for the larger charges. The preliminary experiments when we did ashing the resin seemed to show significant losses.
Yeah.
So,
Which may stop when we get a bubbler if we're volatilizing.
Oh, and that's another thing too. A refiner told me that when they were dealing with gold chloride, they would put basically a scrubber on the exhaust where they'd bubble the flue gases, not flue gas, it was an electric furnace, but the furnace gases through sodium hydroxide, which would precipitate the gold chloride as gold hydroxide, so they wouldn't have any losses. And so for considering the idea of putting a scrubber on the furnace for a couple of things. First of all, recover any gold, potentially.
Right.
Number two, just like if you were running a retort without the end in a water bath,
Right.
that'd be a bad thing, right?
Right.
Well, we're using lead, even though it's in a hood. It's not the best hood in the world, so
Right.
couldn't hurt. And when we're ashing the resin, we're creating a lot of nasty organic chemicals.
Correct.
And again, anything you can keep it in that liquid instead of in the air, it's a lot better,
Makes sense.
you know? So, say, that's another thing we're planning on doing here sometime soon. I have to go with the stainless, I'm sure, for all that. You know, put a fitting on top there, and
So what do you bring it up and then through that? How
well,
do
you
or
could
just
take
roll it over.
what they were
into it?
using was actually they had a vacuum pump, so it was sucking the air out of the furnace. So we had a small vacuum pump and then run it through a water trap,
Right.
basically.
Okay. Huh.
Possibly.
Yeah, that could work, Chris.
What was the max temperature on the ashing? The max temperature we used was up to 1,300 degrees. We were cranking the heck out of it to see what happened, and it didn't work super great. So we'll probably do some more ashing experiments where we're a little more cautious. But I say that's one of those things that, you know, if you just hit it hard and it breaks, it's like, okay, well, I know that breaks it. Let's back off a little bit and see what happens.
Right.
But yeah, the max we were running was like 1,300. And so far, and we don't have the records with us, but the record on the stage 1 resin is now 0.685 grams out of a 10-gram sample. So that's getting pretty good. Normally it would be 0.4, 0.5, maybe a point. Anything over 0.6 is pretty good recovery.
Well, I'm really thinking the bubbler widget may be the answer here because our gold is so fine.
Yes, Chris. A pound for me and a pound for Lauren. You know, so we'll be making another heating element here shortly because the one I've got, I've had to
video that again.
Afro engineer a couple times.
You know, video it again. You know.
Yeah. And this time we'll go ahead and make 2 elements, and then just set one on, you know, in the back so that
put it in a box on the shelf.
if it fails, it's not a problem. We're gonna have to get some more of that lining. I don't know what you call it, foam or whatever the heck that stuff is.
Some kind of heat blanket or something.
In this case, the element failure was caused by foreign contamination that either corroded or hot spotted it. So I can't blame this on the element, although you can see that it has clearly corroded since it has been in use. And eventually the corrosion itself will cause a failure.
Well,
you know,
I'm thinking part of that might be the nature of the fluxes. Covering the crucibles might help.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt.
Because we need strongly oxidizing fluxes to deal with what we're dealing with. But oxidation also means corrosion.
Yeah, that's true. How come you didn't say that before I ordered stuff from Pioneer, little one?
Because we have one crucible cover at the shop, at the lab.
Really? For a big crucible like what we're using? I didn't notice any.
It looked like it was the right size. If nothing else, we might be able to just upend a scorification dish on top of it. Because the scorification dish.
I think that would be too tall, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Horizontal is a much better design. Sag is held in place by cutting the brick. I agree with you. I might be able to redesign the kiln with horizontal grooves without too much difficulty. I would have to get more foam, but it shouldn't be a problem because we have a situation where the kiln, I'll try and draw this in 3D, so yeah, good luck on this one. We have a kiln. Sorry, Lars, need more room. That's clearly wrong there. I'll get it figured out here in a second. And here's the door here. Okay. And currently, the elements go up one side. Now this is inside there and across the top, down the other, goes across here, goes up, comes back across the top, and down. Then the wires come out through the bottom here and hook up. Now I could take and bring it up, run it across here, across the back, down this side, across here, and then back out there again. And I would think that would work reasonably well. I'd have to rearrange the lining on the inside, but I like your thought.
Well, we need to get new lining for it anyway, if we can find it.
I'm sure we can find it. It's 1/2 inch thick. It's like that ceramic foam stuff. I'm not sure what it is. But yeah.
But you get enough heat coverage.
Yeah, because I mean you can just change the spacing between the turns a little bit. We need the exact same amount of wire
to get the
overall.
Heat. Right.
But let's say by doing it this way
would hold in place better, probably.
Yeah, because the idea is it's on a shelf then.
Right.
You know, you have these ceramic blocks like this. And so it's literally sitting on a shelf. That's a good idea. I like that. And when it's time to reline the kiln, that would be a good idea. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much. Thank you, John.
Interesting.
Stupid question, Bear.
What, little one?
Couldn't we make side panels and a roof panel, or at least side panels out of the same stuff that we made that new bottom liner out of?
Oh, that's not a very good insulator.
Okay.
It's very tough, but it's not a good insulator. When you've got 2,000 degrees inside that far away from your stainless steel wall, you want a good insulator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, Chris, is how that reflection of the heat in there would be, but
yeah. Now, are those the guys, Lauren? Are they down there by the airport? I think I went by, or maybe that was the, gosh, what was it? Like a pottery, a guild or something like that. Rainbargo, is that local or is that on the internet, Lauren? So I'm pretty sure I'll just kind of replace what I got right now. I say I can, depending upon what the distance is around there compared to what it is now, All I have to do is spread the coils more or less. Well, we've had a fire assay done, and it was consistent with the recoveries we are getting. Okay. Hi, blind dude.
Hey, blind dude.
Hi, blind dude.
And so I'm fairly comfortable that we're boy, he's having a tough night. But it's one of those things that we seem to be in the range, and I'm not even certain if there isn't some significant sample variability we're having to deal with here too. Okay. I may have to be more thorough in blending the next cartridge. And we also need to say, if this temperature and absorption correlation works, it may be that we can actually get a much higher loading factor at reasonable temperatures.
Right.
It might have just died off on me at the end of the season because it got frickin' cold. I stopped because it was starting to turn to ice.
Yeah.
And so
your recovery was falling at the same point.
Yeah. Clearly the recovery is crap on new resin at those temperatures, although it may not be activated resin. We'll have to see. We're trying both, Gruber. When we did an ashing test this week, the recovery was 20% less than some of the best we've done. What we did do, though, is we did 45 grams worth of resin at once, because that 45 grams reduced to like 7.7 grams of ash. So it allowed us
7.99.
7.99, she says.
Okay.
So we were able to do it all in one crucible, whereas using the old method, it would have taken 4.5 crucibles.
Right.
So,
well, I'm planning to start covering things this week.
So we're doing each test is done on a single sheet, 3-ring binder, all this data and everything. And the idea is, as we get a lot, we can rearrange them in sequence of things like recovery. What's the best? What's the worst? And then you can go through it and see, okay, what's changing?
Right.
What did we do differently? So that makes it a lot easier. And it wasn't huge loss. It wasn't like 50%, but it appeared to be significant losses. And we ashed in the same crucible that we then later fluxed. So it wasn't like it could have stuck to a container or something like that.
To the crucible.
Yeah. So that was one of the things that we did to kind of minimize the possibility that it went somewhere. Yeah. It's sitting over there on the shelf.
Right.
Take over for a minute, if you would, please.
Yeah. Well, any other good questions, guys? Get them up here, and we'll keep working through issues here. Keith, as he said, he'd have some new video out, and hopefully I can get in the field here soon and get some shooting done as well, now that the weather and winter's kind of getting behind us here.
You only have to hold the fort for 3 minutes, and then the goddess shall rescue you.
Oh, are you going to come on next and get?
Yeah. The
All
goddess
right.
will be on in 3 minutes.
3 minutes till Eva.
Maybe.
Tinfoil hat report, guys. And it's been another interesting week and everything, so that should be good. Blind dude, I'll probably put at least the first ones here will be on this channel, on Keith's channel here. That's historically what I've been doing. I may do something on my own channel at some point, but summers for me, I end up usually in the backcountry most of the summer where I'm not on internet. So it's worked out pretty well for Keith and myself as well, is just putting them on here for you guys. You'll get the updates. You can bring the questions to the show on Monday night. Yeah, John.
I'll go to the bathroom and then it will be my turn.
Okay. Oh.
That didn't work. That didn't work out good, but too late now.
God damn it. Look at that.
Keith's throwing glasses of water.
All in the box of stuff. You can. Important papers.
Yeah.
All kinds of fun stuff.
Yeah,
Whole glass of water.
It'll dry.
Right
Just spread it out. It'll dry out, Keith.
I'm trying to get stuff out of there.
Blind dude, I've done some in the past that are on Keith's list if you go back and look. Gruber asked if you're thinning the charges more, being you had those issues with the thick, sticky pores.
I've got a good flux recipe now that seems to watch where you step. That seems to be pretty thin. The whole glass just wound right up in there.
Well, I guess the fireproof safe is also very good for holding water. The goddess is not
No, he
used.
pulled a cord on a mouse over there on the other computer, and it off goes the water glass,
No,
and
I got that little piece of copper.
that's got little hooks
For
on
the-
it.
Yeah, for the tinfoil hat report. And so everything just got soaked.
My answer to that Argonaut would be no. It does not recombine to make bigger nuggets. I'm sure there's guys who could argue that point, and maybe if the conditions were right, but I would say the answer is no. Once the gold breaks down, it just continues to break down into smaller and smaller versus coming together as a conglomerate.
It might come together as a conglomerate in a volcanic situation.
Well, when you're smelting it, you're putting it back together. But
yeah,
in a river or that kind of a scenario, no. And Gruber, when we come back, Keith will kind of go through that. He's got a new recipe that he's been using that's thinned that flux out a lot. And he could probably go over that when we come back from Eva here. Dry it out. Hang it all up to dry. There you go.
Nothing important here.
Yeah, Professor Hardrock will not be translating or sign language interpreting at the moment because he went and soaked all our critical and very important paperwork.
Well, just things like
The goddess-
declaration of marriage.
Yeah, just little things like the marriage certificate, the birth certificates, nothing seriously important. Hi, Kodak. Yeah, blind dude, that's what I'm saying. Oh, man. We all know how that works. Well, it has been an interesting week in the news. It has been an interesting week in the markets. And it's been a very slow week in mining. I don't have any new information on that flooded mine over in Africa. But the mainstream media decided today to start paying attention to mining because the steel industry emissions are on track to decline 30% by 2050. So we're going to take a little look at this. This is the only good thing that the mainstream media has had to say about mining of late, or actually in any recent history. The steel industry's carbon emissions are expected to fall 30% by 2050 compared to 2021 levels, according to a new report by Wood Mackenzie. Steel is a challenging sector to decarbonize. However, evolving green steel goals are altering the supply landscape, and steelmakers are under pressure from stakeholders to reduce their reliance on conventional, highly polluting blast furnace routes and adopt low-emission alternatives. The global share of electric arc furnace in steelmaking is rising with policy shifts and increasing focus on scrap use.
Basic oxygen furnace output will decline 0.5% annually until 2050, whereas EAF output could increase 2.3% yearly in the same period. By 2050, EAF will account for 48% of the technology share used in steelmaking, up from 30% last year, making it almost on par with the traditional BOF method, Wood Mackenzie said.
BOF?
Yeah. BOF, basic oxygen furnace, as opposed to electric arc furnace. My question there would be, is an electric arc furnace actually cleaner and greener than a basic oxygen furnace? I'm sure we may never find out what the actual answer to that is, because the answer may well go against the current narrative in this issue. Together with green hydrogen-based direct reduced iron, scrap use, and adoption of carbon capture, utilization, and storage, steel industry's carbon emissions can decline 30% from current levels by mid-century. The scrap EAF route is the least polluting among available technologies. This makes scrap a sought-after metallic by steelmakers. Scrap blending will potentially increase in the blast furnace route with quality enhancements and converter retrofits. DRI will also receive a boost, primarily due to commercial adoption of the hydrogen-based route. The steel industry is expected to commence hydrogen use as early as 2027, with the EU taking the lead. Go EU. Hydrogen-based steel production will eventually account for 10% of total steel output, or 232 million tons, by 2050. Metric tons, you know. Wood Mackenzie projects 40% of DRI produced by mid-century will be hydrogen-based. Carbon offset measures such as CCUS will lend further support. Wood Mackenzie believes the steel industry will be able to capture, store, and potentially utilize around 178 million tons of the residual emissions. This will make up 5% emission savings of the 30% carbon emissions decline by 2050. This is actually not bad. Yeah, Chris, it does require more infrastructure, and it is expensive, you know.
Okay. I think it's drying now.
Hey, David. Blast furnace gas emissions are complex, and it's challenging to separate carbon from them, Wu said. We assume that technological advancement and bulk efficiencies will allow a maximum capture rate of about 20 to 25% in advanced economies such as the US and the EU. Capture rates can be improved by increasing the reliance on smelting reduction technologies as Glasarna and Corex that produces top gas with much
This is your grandmother's?
higher carbon concentrations. This will make it easier to separate carbon from the other impurities. However, these technologies have yet to prove their commercial viability even after being deployed in Asia and Europe. China is expected to take the lead in reducing absolute emissions. Wood Mackenzie estimates Chinese emissions to halve between 2021 and 2050, and a major proportion of emissions reduction will come from the projected fall in steel output. Mature economies such as Japan, Korea, Taiwan, EU, UK, and US will need to do more to curb emissions, as developing nations will be slow adopters and small contributors to emissions cuts. I'm seeing a recurring theme here. Every time we need to save the planet, the only people that are expected to save the planet are the people in the developed world. This makes perfect sense, actually. Really, it does. I can guarantee it makes perfect sense. These economies will abate emissions by nearly 50% from current levels while maintaining or increasing steel production. India and Southeast Asia will in turn worsen their emission profile as their crude steel production rises through the BF-BOF route. The aggregate emission intensity in these regions will improve as production triples and carbon emissions will turn in double from current levels. Decarbonization initiatives in these regions will intensify in the second half of the forecast horizon. The onus will be on mature economies to decarbonize quickly. These economies will look to pare down on emissions by switching to EAF, which is 3/4 less emission intensive than the blast furnace. India and Southeast Asia, the key demand drivers, will buck this trend as the most capacity additions are via the BOF route. However, nearly 2/3 of incremental supply between 2021 and 2050 will materialize from India and Southeast Asia, cushioning the negative impact on hot metal. I am all in favor of decarbonization. if it actually is green technology, if it actually is cost effective, if it actually is efficient, and it actually does not require significant changes in infrastructure that are beyond current capabilities or changes in technology that have not happened yet. We shall see what transpires here. Gold price back above 1800 as the treasury yield retreats. So this is the first part of our discussion about gold and silver. Gold prices bounced back emphatically on Monday as a retreat in the U.S. Treasury yields offset headwinds from a relatively firm dollar, driving more investors toward the safe haven metal. Spot gold rose 2% to $1,813.34 per ounce by 12:20 p.m. Eastern, after hitting a 3.5-month low previously. U.S. gold futures had a moderate gain of 0.3%, trading at $1,814 in New York. Meanwhile, the U.S. dollar inched lower, but still held a near 2-decade peak, making gold more expensive for overseas buyers, capping the metal's gains. Gold rebound was attributable to a dip in treasury yields and a small pullback in the dollar, RJO futures senior market strategist Bob Habercorn told Reuters. Adding overall trend for the dollar was still high as the Fed is being aggressive with its interest rate hikes. Aggressive. Oh, yeah. All things considered, gold is holding up. It should be significantly lower. It will find support slightly below the 1800 level. Also, there's enormous demand for physical gold and silver, he predicted. Many still regard gold as being significantly undervalued and would be even more willing to buy the metal now that prices have weakened, said Fawad Razakaza, market analyst at City Index. There are more Z's than vowels in that guy's name, okay? I know I messed it up. There are more Z's than vowels. So, things continue to be odd in Clown World. Not that this is a surprise to anyone who hangs out around here. The goddess is most definitely not surprised, okay? Ostensibly, the dollar is the strongest it has been in decades, which is absolutely why the stock market is losing more ground by the day. Absolutely why the crypto markets have gone into the toilet. Absolutely why the housing bubble is beginning to burst in various communities. It hasn't hit the mainstream yet, but we're seeing it more and more in the smaller metropolitan cities that were amongst the hottest housing market cities of late. The ruble has come up against the dollar despite these absolutely crippling economic sanctions that we have levied against Mad Vlad, the invader. Yeah. So obviously, the dollar has never, ever been in better shape. Hasn't been in better shape for decades. Also, by the way, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is at the lowest level since 1987. It's another thing that we haven't seen in decades. The interest rate, the stated interest rate, mind you, is now hovering someplace it hasn't been in decades. The loss of purchasing power for the average civilian using fiat currency out there in the real world is at a low that we have not seen in decades. So lots of unprecedented, haven't seen in decade things are happening of late, which is why gold and silver are in a nadir at the moment. That's a good word, by the way. As we have seen in the last week, gold, as of today, was closing at $18.24.80. Silver closed at $21.56. Anybody who's been in your local coin shop lately can tell you silver premiums are still through the roof. Gold premiums, however, are ridiculously low in comparison. Very, very strange. Part of this is because the wholesalers that sell to local coin shops have once again increased their order minimums and increased their premiums to dealers. this is quite interesting because the same websites that will sell you, me, or Professor Hardrock there 100 ounces at $2.99 over spot are telling actual dealers in order to get $3.55 over spot, you need to order a minimum of 300 ounces. No one has to wonder what's going on with that. The goddess has not formed a theory on this matter yet. You know? Kodak, I don't disagree. If I were planning to buy some Bitcoin, I'd actually be buying it while it's in the toilet. I mean, that's just, I still have my Bitcoin sitting around online. I also still have some Litecoin, some Dogecoin, some Ethereum, and a bunch of other little random things that I picked up free and for nothing over the years. Oh, and I have been winning Dogecoin on one of those online casinos. This is cool. Not worth much at the moment, but that's just the way it goes. Now, for anybody who's been watching Kitco lately, a lot of us have found it very interesting that Kitco all of a sudden has been really pushing and really focusing attention on the crypto space. Quite interesting there. Of course, as usual, they're completely ignoring silver. I mean, we all know that they ignore silver, okay? They have a problem with silver for some reason. Maybe because it's the people's money. But let's take a look at an article here from Money Metals and see what they have to say. The politics of sound money. What's at stake? An occasional critic will ask that we stick to our lane and limit commentary to metals in the markets. Yeah, right. They would prefer we avoided politics. When it comes to gold and silver, that's easier said than done. There is no separating the metals market from the world affairs motivating people to buy physical bullion. Good luck to a market commentator who sets out to explain the price action over the last weeks without acknowledging the larger unnatural forces at work. Rampant cheating, regulatory capture, and algorithmic trading have all but divorced market prices from fundamentals such as supply and demand. Gold and silver have a very long history as honest money, and money is one of the central battlefields in the ideological war between globalist elites and those seeking limited government and personal liberty. Yes. Globalists are preparing to roll out central bank digital currencies. You already know what the goddess thinks of this idea. If they can convince people to adopt this next evolution of fiat, they will attain a level of information and control that prior generations of central bankers only dreamt of. The alternative to a crooked and failing monetary system is a currency which is unprintable and beyond the control of socialists and sociopaths. Gold and silver are central to an honest banking system. Indeed, they are. Last Tuesday, West Virginia Republicans delivered an overwhelming victory to pro-sound money candidate Alex Mooney in his primary battle to retain his seat in the U.S. House of Representatives. Representative Mooney is one of the leading voices in Congress for auditing the Federal Reserve and restraining its powers. Yes, audit the Fed, audit the Fed, audit the Fed. Speaking of which, I saw a picture the other day, a brand new picture, as a matter of fact, of Fort Knox. For some reason, all the windows are covered with plywood. It's rather bizarre, really. No idea what's going on there. Nobody knows what's going on at the repository these days. Haven't for years. And he has pushed forth legislation that would repeal discriminatory capital gains taxes on gold and silver bullion, as well as comprehensively audit America's gold for the first time in 70 years. Our company's leadership, like the vast majority of our clientele, has chosen a side. We're committed to sound money principles that include limited government and personal liberty. Money Metals is located in Idaho. In red states such as Idaho, the primary election is where real choices are made. Tomorrow, a small minority of Idahoans will vote in the state primary along with voters in 4 other states, and many other state primaries lie ahead. The stakes are high this year. Most Americans feel it, but they won't bother to vote in the primary. We hope gold bugs will be an exception. Yes, if you have not had your primaries yet, you need to vote, because the primary is the only place where you actually have a chance to put somebody in office that is not a sociopath, not a kleptocrat, not a clown. not a rampant criminal, so to speak. So that is just a little note from the guys over at Money Metals, because sound money is important. It has been a rather bizarre week in the markets. And while the analysts and the pundits at Bloomberg and Reuters and the rest of the mainstream media have acted as though all of this counterintuitive, contradictory, and flat out bizarre behavior on the part of what people consider to be money is absolutely normal. Anyone who actually understands what fundamentals are and has a grasp in reality, which requires, by the way, going grocery shopping by yourself at least once in your life, something I'm pretty sure none of our politicians have done of late, realizes that whatever's going on is absolutely weird. The Fed behaved very aggressively, absolutely aggressively. I mean, what, a 50 basis points hike, maybe even 75 basis points. We're all in trouble now. The PPI report came out and said that annualized, right now, the cost of manufacturing things went up 10% in the last month. Sometime later this week, though the mainstream media will likely politely ignore the entire issue, the retail reports are coming out for the quarter. And the retail reports for the quarter are probably not going to be looking too good. Meanwhile, somebody did some charts out there that I happened to run into. And those charts pointed out that there has been a disturbing decline in bulk transportation of all kinds over the last 6 months or a year, including trucks. And that decline appears to be accelerating. Now, perhaps when the great clueless around the rest of the country start really seeing empty shelves, they may realize that they're not being told something. But I would not bet on it, of course, because I actually ran into somebody last week that was unaware of why the price of eggs is pretty much tripled. We're currently facing a severe diesel shortage that is going to cripple what is left of our supply chain and is going to drive prices through the roof. That's on top of all the other shortages we have. But of course, the mainstream media has not been talking about that because they've been busy talking about the mass shooting in Buffalo, New York. This was a disgusting event. Okay? You know you're dealing with a really disgusting event when you've got somebody live streaming their own in-person, first-person shooter video game in a grocery store. Luckily, Twitch caught that, and they cut off the live feed about 20 seconds in. Good for them. What was interesting about the aftermath of this disgusting and horrific event, because this guy is a total and complete nutball, okay? The cops have known about this nutball, and they, as usual...
Again?
Yeah. They had seen him as potentially a dangerous person a year ago. Well, he published a 104-page manifesto, which Google decided they were going to make sure nobody could find, but of course, plenty of people were able to find it. In this 104-page maniacal and deeply unhinged rant, it turned out that the guy believed in some sort of green liberation is the only liberation. Apparently, he was a climate activist, amongst other things. He was a mild authoritarian left-leaning individual. Now, how you can be a mild authoritarian, I'm still trying to figure out. He deliberately chose to go where he went, specifically because of the high gun laws, which shows some really disordered thinking.
Means the other people can't shoot back.
Yeah.
I almost always see
And
that.
of course, within hours of this horrific occurrence, the mainstream media, a great number of our Congress critters, and even a few inhabitants and hangers-on around the albino McMansion decided that this person was obviously a Republican, obviously an ultra MAGA. We have now been termed ultra MAGA, and obviously had been influenced by Tucker Carlson. According to his manifesto, he was a leftist. He hated conservatives, and he hated Fox News, but reality never does impinge on a narrative with these people. This has been a terrible week in the media for events of this type, because several nutballs have gone out and done disgusting, filthy things, okay? These are not normal human beings. They're nuts. Unfortunately, we have a very high nut population in the world these days. It should be noted when you actually look at statistics from the FBI and everywhere else, the number of mass shootings actually has not increased significantly in decades. It's just how much attention is paid to shootings where more than 4 people get injured that has increased rather significantly. It should be noted that the current occupant of the albino McMansion has decided that even though he didn't think it was important to visit Waukesha when that Christmas parade got run over by a red Suburban being driven by a very angry, very disturbed individual, he is, however, going to be visiting Buffalo. I do hope that the people of Buffalo treat him with the respect and consideration that he deserves. And that's all I have to say about that one. And yeah, the government is definitely, the government is definitely the known criminals here. One has to wonder about the blatant association that the mainstream media now has with our federal government. It should be noted that the new mouthpiece of Lord Malarkey has a significant other who works for CNN, as we discussed last week. And it should be noted that nobody in the mainstream media, despite the fact that the manifesto became known, and despite the fact that the manifesto indicates this newest homicidal nutball who should have been shot between the eyes when apprehended rather than taken to jail, as far as I'm concerned, is obviously another leftist. The media is never, ever, ever going to let that fact get out in the open. That, along with the elevation of MAGA to ultra MAGA, and the open calls by certain members of Congress to eject other members of Congress because those members of Congress are responsible for these acts of violence, one has to wonder what else they're going to come up with to inflame the already serious societal rupture that we've got going on here between now and November. Because it is pretty darn obvious with the results of the last couple of weeks, and on top of all the data points gathered since Lord Malarkey assumed residence in the albino McMansion, that We have a political party that is merrily committing political suicide here. Just about every single action they are taking is guaranteed to piss off a significant proportion of the population, including part of their own voting base. And one has to wonder about this election cycle to date, because I am now up to having done over 94 political surveys, which is a record for me in my entire life. I've never done more than 30 in an election cycle. This year I've done 94. We had a primary here recently, and we saw very, very few signs for various candidates. The locals said the candidates that everybody said they voted for didn't get in on the local level. The people that got in, everybody was looking around like saying, how the heck did this happen, since we didn't vote for these people? We don't want them. Our local Republican Party is missing in action. We have not been contacted once by our local Republican Party. We have no idea who's running for our representatives, no idea who's running for our Senate seat, no idea what's going on that level of politics with November, June, July, 6 months away. We have seen no campaign ads. We're seeing no campaign signs. Neither party is running a campaign. We have two parties. Neither party is running a campaign, but I am getting several political surveys a day asking me about my opinions, asking me to look at TV ads and listen to radio ads that I never hear on the radio, that I never see on the internet for November. We've seen no candidates. So one has to wonder. We have one party who is openly posturing in D.C., saying, well, we're going to subpoena Pelosi. We're going to subpoena everybody. We're going to get to the bottom of Hunter's laptop. We have 3 or 4 talking heads on the Democrat side of the aisle, the jackass side, saying, you know, our polling numbers aren't looking very good. This is spelling very bad news for our majority in November. But that's it. They are pretty much committing political suicide, and they don't care. Now, when people are facing an election in 6 months, and they're not campaigning, and they're not showing any signs of caring when they deliberately say and do things that they know are pissing people off, you have to wonder why. Because the last time we had an election where a candidate hid out in the basement and never had more than 17 people at any campaign event, did no campaigning at all, and said, nobody needs to vote for me. I don't want you to vote for me. I can get elected whether you vote for me or not. Well, we all know what happened. Now, don't we?
Yeah. Hey, Rock Butcher. Glad to have you back. Oh, come on, Keith. It'll dry.
It's not your birth certificate that's laying there limp and wet stuff.
Nope. These are all absolutely, totally, and completely unimportant.
Yeah, smoking. That's about right. Seems to change after hours.
And starting in a couple of weeks, I will be talking on the mining parts too.
Okay.
Apparently it is now smoking. Yeah, there's all kinds of things that are different now.
Oh.
Well, Kazakhstan doesn't sound too bad right at the moment.
No, actually, no, it doesn't. There's a lot going on with mining over there right now, too.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing.
All right, Ned had a question as far as your flux, because
Okay.
you had to get that thinned out to pour it better.
Basically, and I do not understand, because it's not explained in the book too well. No, Tricky, I spilled water on our little box with all our important documents in it. Okay.
He can't hold his liquid. We all know this.
You're not helping.
You're not helping me, but you're not helping.
But anyhow,
It's an age thing, Tricky. It's an age thing.
so anyhow, the author says that some fluxes are acid fluxes and some are basic fluxes. Now, I'm not sure. Right now it's 8 p.m. over here, Ned.
Yeah, it's noon there, huh?
So anyhow, it's unclear to me whether this is directly analogous to acids and bases in normal chemistry, where it's proton donor versus proton acceptor sort of thing, or some other criterion that they've just labeled acid and base.
No,
I don't.
The book said
What?
that they call them acids because they act like regular acids, and the bases they call bases because they act like regular bases.
In what manner?
Whatever
That's what we
chemical
don't
manner
know.
acid. Whatever
That's
manner.
what we don't know.
Anyhow, and again, according to him, you have to balance. You want essentially a neutral pH flux to get liquidity. Okay. If you have too much acid or too much base, it doesn't work. So borax and silica are acid, and soda ash is basic. So I basically have 1 part borax, 1 part silica, 2 parts soda ash. In addition, I'm putting in litharge and inquarting some silver to make sure that when I get the bead, it will part in nitric acid. We're using various temperature profiles, of basically taking it up 800 or 900 degrees and holding it for a while, then ramping it up to 1300 and holding it for a while, and then taking it up to 1900. And yeah, Rock, the thing is we're dealing with resin. So it's not actually a rock sample at all. It should be a little simpler. But anyhow. Okay. I understand what you're saying, Chris. Borax does not appear. Silica. An acid? Not in any world that I live in, but at 1500 degrees, maybe that's correct. I don't know. All I know is they have these attributes that apply at the elevated temperatures. They're talking in terms of, when you're dealing with molten liquids that are normally solids at any reasonable temperature, the rules are somewhat different than what we would expect. So that's the key to getting the liquidity, is to have the balance of acid and base. And once we got that, it seems to work pretty well. The flux tends to be quite thin. And if it isn't, usually a little more soda ash will help. For example, if we added, say, potassium nitrate as an oxidizer, that'll tend to thicken it up. We added some soda ash and it seemed to thin it out again a little bit. We're playing games with this stuff, but
That's my job.
we're trying to do a couple things at once. One is destroy the resin completely and not lose the gold in the process. That seems to be more of a challenge than one would hope. But it doesn't seem to be necessarily impossible, but it does seem to be difficult enough using elevated temperatures, pyrometallurgy, smelting, that it's likely that it will be much more efficient. We can do much larger volumes by using wet chemistry to extract the gold from the resin and then electroplate it out of solution. Chris is also thinking that the resin itself will give up its materials. When you put the electric charge on the resin, it will drive the chemistry, even if it normally wouldn't spontaneously react under those conditions of the wet chemistry and temperature and things like that. We haven't even really begun. Well, we just barely started examining that question with just the potassium chloride, sodium chloride brine. And these are the sort of things that we're working on to try and determine what's the simplest, most efficient, most economical, most productive way. And we're trying to balance a number of things. Number one, we'd like to balance efficiency, because if you're losing 20% of your gold, that's a lot of money out the window. You really don't want to do that. Then it's the volume you can do. And if you can only do 10 grams at a whack and 2 samples per chart, I mean, we're only going to be able to process like 40 grams of resin per day with the kiln we have and the process that we're using and the size equipment we're using. And that's not going to be able to process near the resin we intend to generate over the summer. Now, we'll have winter to do that, but nevertheless, we'd like something that can easily deal with much bigger batches.
I have a question on that issue.
Yes, little one?
Glass and ceramics furnaces, they get up to like 2,500 degrees, and they're a whole hell of a lot bigger, and we can probably get one used for less than we bought that kiln for the same price. Why could we not use one of those?
I don't know. Haven't looked at the idea yet. I've got a big assay furnace sitting over there in Washington that we just theoretically need to go pick up. I say
we should probably go there before we go to the mine.
Right now, I'd like to have a technique that works reliably and efficiently. Okay. And until we have anything that works good, I'd prefer not expanding it. First you want to determine the how, then you want to see how big. Okay. We're still trying to figure out what the best how is. So far, the pyrometallurgy has been kind of variable, and it's not high volume. I mean, we were hoping that we could ash the resin, because if you take 45 grams of resin, turn it into 8, of ash, well, this would allow you to theoretically increase your efficiency by what, 5-fold?
4 or 5, I would say.
And that would be a big improvement. But it appears that we run losses. We'll have to verify some of the things. And so, as I say, we got a long way to go on that, unless we run into a breakthrough somewhere, which is what happened in terms of getting it out of solution. Chris sent me 4 different solutions, and 4 different resins, and one of them just worked like gangbusters. And it's like, bam, okay, that's how we get it out of solution. We got to figure out how to get it out of the resin. But these are the sort of things where, breakthroughs happen when they happen. And I tend to just keep beating my head against the wall till I break through. Sometimes it's long and
pretty
painful.
methodical in what you're doing. It's just getting there.
Yeah, he was doing a great job of keeping a lot of detail. Now the question is, how well can she analyze it?
Yeah.
Because that's the key. It's like, okay,
right,
what happened? One thing by having it all on individual sheets is we can arrange them in order of which one did best, and then just go, okay, well, this is the best. What's the difference between this and that? Right. It does not look like the silver chloride in quart versus silver metal in quart is efficient with respect to silver. Okay. I'm unclear. I'm going on memory here, which ain't good, as to what got us the best results. Do you recall exactly what the formula was on the best recovery we got?
The best recovery, I believe, was the one where we used the silver chloride and we used the potassium nitrate.
Mm-hmm.
And I did not add extra soda ash.
Okay.
I haven't checked the extra soda ash thing now. But remember, in that one, also, one of the reasons we got the best recovery was because the slag was messed up, so I reprocessed the slag.
Yeah, we also reprocessed the slag because we had a...
and after reading the book, I can tell you, I think I figured out why my slag ended up messed up that time.
Why?
Because of the way we did the temperature chart on that particular one.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to redo that. And I want to try doing it by the book when it comes to getting our final beads next week.
Anyhow, we're trying a bunch of different things and comparing them, seeing what works better, what works worse, then try and synthesize it all into something that works simply, reliably, and with high efficiency. And we still got a ways to go on that, obviously. But as I say, in the smelting, I think we're going to run into just a plain bottleneck. Unless we can ash the resin easily in large batches, I think we're basically going to be kind of screwed. We may be able to do that in a covered crucible. Matter of fact, it would have been great to order from Legend this week. Crucible covers.
No, I could probably find them on Amazon.
Not for those crucibles. The other problem is they tend to stick once you pour one batch.
Right. Yep. That's the problem with using them. So you got to get them to pop off.
Yeah, because they tend to just stick there.
Yep.
And it's a real pain in the butt.
Yep, cement them.
But you could use a new crucible for resin without a problem.
Yeah.
You know, if you're just ashing resin. But anyhow.
That's why I think the bubbler should be high on our priority list.
Fine. All you got to do is build it, okay? I've got about 3 weeks of work to do in about 1 week. And it's stuff you can't do. So, could you just back off a little on that? I love this. Well, we just need to do this. I'm sorry. I don't have the time to do this, and this.
Thing at a time.
Get me a set of plans and instructions. I'm capable of that.
Drilling and tapping and a few other little things. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's like, we shall see. By the way, coming up with the plans is also time consuming. True smoking.
Yeah.
The fact that we're using a new product, this Eco Gold X, complicates the issue enormously. If it was, say, cyanide, well, that's been around 100 years.
Right.
It's known very, very well. Exactly, Tricky. And say, it may be Tricky comes up with the answer. Maybe, I forget his name in Colombia. You know, it may be somebody else. Maybe Gruber.
Yep. That
comes up with an answer. Oh, hey, I tried this and man, it just worked like gangbusters.
Right.
That's what they call it, crowdsourcing. So that's what we're trying to do here. And it's fun. But it's just kind of time consuming, but we're getting the gold out of the rock, we're getting the gold into the resin, and we can put the resin away for later if needed.
Yeah. Hey, Laura and Ezekiel.
We'll figure something out, Ned. Hey, Ezekiel, Laura.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna. Did you get to see the total lunar eclipse last night. We tried to look, and there's something called clouds.
Yeah, I clouded up about 8 o'clock last night.
Right
It was
about
like,
yeah. And then the
was
rest,
it not going to
it
happen?
was clear over there,
Yeah.
but not over there. So anyhow, let's say we'll figure it out. Twixt all of us, we'll figure something that will do well enough. I'm still rather annoyed with myself that it took me so long to figure out how to stir an agitation tank with maximum simplicity and lowest cost.
Yeah, without going to big equipment.
Well, yeah, and I was trying to think of, well, let's see, I could use more pumps and manifold them together, and then then I thought, why don't I just use them individually directly?
Yeah.
It's like,
well, yeah, keep it simple anytime you can.
by the time you're putting 4 pumps in a 4-foot diameter tank
manifold and all this other,
it's like, why not?
Yeah, you just create bigger nightmares.
Oh, everyone's helping Argonaut. You never know when something comes in, But yeah, I say it's interesting. Eva's having a good time. As you might have noticed, playing in the lab there and doing all these experiments and stuff. But I say I have a lot of physical work to do right now. Swinging a pick, swinging a shovel, swinging a rake, and doing all that kind of stuff. And that's just not something she's really that efficient at doing. So she's doing the laboratory stuff where she's just fine at it. Her limitations aren't limitations when it comes there. Her OCD actually comes in handy. She gets much better records than me. Lauren, she hasn't forgot to weigh a single button yet. Not one.
And I'm weighing slag. And I'm weighing Q-pels.
I say, there's probably more information than we need, but you never know what information is important, so you can figure that out later.
Yeah, gather it all.
Yeah. Anyhow, so that's kind of our situation there. So hopefully we'll be back at the mine next week. But among other things, I'm trying to get a crusher running now too.
Yeah.
I'm really doing everything, and that's fine.
Welcome to spring, right?
But it's like I'm not really a specialist in everything.
Yeah, no.
And
So
So Lauren says, "Nice job, Eva."
Yeah.
Thank you, Lauren.
By the way, we have a contest. Clara has been challenged. I have challenged Clara to find a recipe to make Brussels sprouts that I like.
She's
got the green
she'll
beans.
Probably do that.
She's got the broccoli.
Yeah.
The cauliflower,
vegetables before you know it.
It was the best I've ever had, but it was like, okay, I can tolerate this. But she's the best vegetable cook I've seen so far. And how long a belt do you need to go from the tractor to the crusher? We'll probably be able to get the pulleys 3 to 4 feet center to center from each other. Yeah, you got even more problems than I do, Ezekiel. Yep. Yeah. You might make me like sprouts because you're bigger than I am, but I think I'm faster than you. But anyhow, she has accepted the challenge. We shall see what happens. Okay. We may have to put a couple of idler pulleys in between too.
Yeah,
we'll have to see.
Load it, spring loaded or something.
Yeah, something just to keep them tracking.
Right.
I was like, we could always set it up so that the tractor is, pretty darn close. We shall see. We could also set up a jack shaft.
Yeah, you can do a jack shaft. You might have to for speed. I don't know. You got a tractor that's 540 RPM, and I don't know what the crusher's supposed to run at. Probably not very many, 200 RPM.
No, they were running it before with a flat belt from the tractor, and it was running like an 8-inch drive pulley and a
20-inch.
No, it was more than that.
Flywheel?
V-belt pulley is 24 and the flywheels are a little bigger. So I'd say
Yeah,
26 inch.
you may have to jack shaft it just to slow it down enough not to blow the crusher all apart.
Yeah.
Because you don't want your jaw crusher
That's
running
bad
at
bearings.
you don't want a jaw crusher running at a high RPM.
No, that's what happened on the RC46 with
Yeah.
that new engine.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was. I'm looking at this thing going, you've got to be kidding, because
What the
it's
hell-
just
what the
going.
hell happened?
I say like a squirrel on crack. It was hilarious, man.
Well, thanks for being here, Tricky, and the info.
You bet, Tricky. Say hi to the lady and the little ones there.
Give all the babies hugs.
Yeah. So anyhow, that's what's going on there. Any questions on anything? Anybody? Okay, let me.
Yep, good source, Lauren. He's a good source for stuff.
Helena Farm Supply. The problem, Lauren's been around so long, he knows all kinds of places that were in business but are no longer in business. Don't recall seeing a nameplate on it with any details at all. I mean, there's the name of the manufacturer cast into the housing, but that's it. Tricky gave the hugs out. Yep. They all say hi. Hi, kids.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hi,
kids.
kids.
You know. I say I don't know, Chris. We'll have to figure something out, and we'll kind of go from there. But I think we can make something without too much trouble. I think we could align the tractor properly. It would take a little bit of work, but not much, I would think, because it's independent. You know, say just take a straight edge, lay it across the big pulley, and where does the other end go to? I don't know, Chris. Yeah, I know. I say we'll see, but we'll go from there. So there's also different ways of coupling a PTO to a jack shaft too. You know. Yeah, I know there was a twist in the belt. I'm not sure why that was, but they all did
keeps
that.
it aligned.
It does?
Yep, you got to put a twist in the belt to keep it aligned.
Now you can't.
See, because then it when it's pulling over each pulley, it stands up and it keeps it aligned. Plus, if you look at they're not flat pulleys; they're slightly.
I think
tapered.
this one has flats.
So
I think they're flat.
They're actually tapered with a little bit of a high center to them to keep the belt from wanting to crawl.
Yeah, what I'm
left
saying
to
is,
right.
you have a flat belt, like the one around my waist here.
Yeah.
Now, do you take it apart, put a half twist on one side, and stick it back together again? Is that what you're talking about?
No, you just twist the belt. They give the belt a rollover, so that when it's running, it's not running like this. It's running like this across itself.
Okay. Here we have a belt, and this is all a continuous belt in one dimension here.
Yeah.
So how would you do that?
Just spin it just like that.
Okay.
So that'll keep it running true because right here.
And they just miss each other?
Yep. Yeah, they just run against each other a little bit.
Huh. Okay.
I'm working on this problem of the wet stuff here.
We're made out of paper? No, I had no idea. I thought
Yeah.
it was probably leather or
No.
something.
Well, some were leather, but a lot of them are stacked paper.
Huh.
Just sheets of paper, just stacked to thickness.
The belt?
No, the pulley.
Oh, he said the belt.
No, the belt.
Oh.
The belts were canvas belt or whatever, or leather.
Oh,
Way
no,
back.
the pulleys. You're right.
Yeah, the
Okay.
pulleys were paper,
Wow.
stacked paper. That's why you didn't want to leave them out in the rain or anything without covering them up, because they
I would guess.
swell.
I don't know. And these are steel pulleys on the jaw crusher for sure. They're flywheels basically, and one flywheel has another triple V-belt pulley on the side of it. You know. Huh. We'll see. They used to have a flat belt on. I don't know if it's still functional or not. We could try it. They might not have put a twist in it. That might be all we need.
Yeah. Oh well, I've ran flat belt stuff before. We had an old threshing machine and stuff that put it.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. So they had the Puget Sound Antique Tractor and Machinery Show once a year over there in Linden, Washington, that we did with kettle corn, and it was cool to see old steam tractors still running.
It's neat to see the mechanics that what they created with very few shop tools.
Yeah.
You know.
And I mean, they have those saws where it has like a little one-cylinder engine,
Yeah.
and you just lay it on top of a log and fire it up and go walk away.
Yeah, cutting logs.
Oh yeah, that was amazing. They actually had a functioning steam sawmill, the whole thing, set up there.
Yeah.
The one I liked was the slow race. Have you ever seen a slow race?
Yeah, with tractors. Yeah, to see how low the RPMs can get
without stalling.
Without stalling it.
If you stall it, you lose. But yeah, that was pretty.
Oh yeah, John.
Yeah. It shouldn't be too bad, Laura. It's fairly simple stuff, we believe.
Yeah.
The stuff I'm not that familiar with. See?
Yeah.
Lars is with me. Saying, I think they make them out of leather.
Well, they did. A lot of them are canvas belt now.
Well, you could make a
woven.
You can make.
You can still buy
reinforced rubber belt.
Yeah, you can buy a flat belt. You can still buy it.
So, as I say, it's just one of those things. Again, one of the million things I got to get done.
Yeah.
You know, say there's lots and lots and lots of stuff. So, I just got to get to it.
Exactly, Chris.
Yeah. Yeah, John. That's what I mean. Let's say I don't know. I'm used to V belts, and yeah, you got to get them lined up, but I haven't had a real issue doing that to date. The idea of running a flat belt to a jack shaft might be fairly simple, you know, because then it'd be a fairly small flat belt.
Yeah.
You know. So I said there's a lot of different ways. You could even put an engine on it. You know, we're trying to avoid throwing more engines on stuff.
Yeah, as long as you've got the tractor there, it makes sense to use it. Yeah.
Actually, it's a triple V belt pulley already on the crusher. Or do you mean where it's got two V's on a single belt?
Yeah, that would work too.
Yeah.
But the triple, honestly, will give you a lot less slippage, because even if one slips, you got two more to kind of take up.
I say I don't see a huge issue
torque
there.
But yeah, I mean that thing once it's spinning, it's got a flywheel on it. I mean,
it's got two big flywheels.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, I mean, once it's turning, you're not totally relying on the power source for all your power.
No, I understand, Chris. That's a concern to me too. And that's why I was thinking that, you know, basically idler pulleys in the middle would also be kind kind of alignment. You know, they'll
Yeah.
keep the big long span between the two pulleys aligned as it's going from one to the other without it flopping around and bouncing too much.
You'll have to do something there because otherwise belts will climb each other too. If you're off a little bit, they'll chase each other off the pulleys too.
What fun. Oh, well, we shall see what we shall see.
Actually, John, you know what? They don't do match belts anymore, believe it or not.
They're all matched.
They're all matched now that they use lasers and stuff for the alignment when they're setting the belts up. So they're all matched. They don't make like pairs of matched belts anymore.
Just a second, Daw Binks. He's got a placer question for you, Jim.
Process slimes. Well,
What are you processing them for?
yeah.
Okay, well, all the money's
I've went to a table just because when you get to that fine a gold and that fine a material, trying to get separation is so hard. I mean, on a small scale, you know, trying to get that gold out of slimes, you could go to just blue bowl. But ideally, a table is the place to go to get separation of that really, really fine gold.
And
Yeah, that's definitely, Chris has a good question there as far as significant gold or just a little bit of gold and what size gold.
It's still functional.
gonna have to wait to put all the.
those coins over there on your side can go in the other location.
Tables don't have to be set up in a series fashion, Roberts, necessarily.
That's why I put them on the ground, on the carpet. That seemed to dry well.
Classifying to 1/8 inch, that's not that small. You could classify finer yet than that.
In a minute, Laura.
You could classify finer than that. You could classify down to, 100 mesh even.
Well, I think he's saying 1/8 inch is the largest. So you could run that over a sluice and then reclassify.
Right, reclassify and then come back and run it. A blue bowl ideally would be the cheapest answer to that. It's just a slow process because you're only feeding a blue bowl with, 2 or 3 or 4 tablespoons of material at a time and letting it clear before you add more.
You could send a photo to my to my email if you wanted, Delbinks. What's that? Oh, a marker.
Exactly, Roberts. If you can classify to fractions and then separate those fractions. Yeah. Really, it's loaded with mercury too,
Okay.
huh? Well, the blue bowl would be your best way there because you can catch that, mercury as well.
Grandmother's ring is in that.
Cinnabar,
Okay.
and be able to deal with all of that.
Put them in the same place then.
Okay.
We want to put our passports in that place.
No,
Okay.
I don't. Because I need screwdriver. Remember?
All right.
Chris, fairly small volume is what it sounds like just a small 2-man thing. So I would think if you would, concentrate everything, classify it in sizes and then take that finest material and put it in a blue bowl would be the
I
cheapest
took all the
way out.
small change out of there, so that can be thrown out.
Because you start going to hydrocyclone or bowls and that type of thing, now you're talking about some investment, which is fine if you're willing to make the investment, but it's not necessarily something you have to do.
More silver.
You getting
The
it?
chain on mine, I think maybe stainless. Don't know.
This is my engagement ring that needs to be resized. My ring that you bought me.
Okay.
But it needs to be resized, and I don't know any jeweler that
Well, we could probably find one around here.
My grandmother's ring fits me now.
Good.
Show Jim.
See what he comes back with.
Pink sapphire and platinum
Oh yeah,
crown setting.
very pretty. Nice color.
Yeah. And this is my engagement ring that's too big for my little finger now. Because I went and lost weight.
Ooh, that's got a nice red color to it.
Nice garnet.
Yeah.
I didn't have any
Hard
money.
to come by.
Anyhow, Chris described it real well, Laura and Ezekiel. It's an old big jaw crusher. It's got big flat flywheels and a triple V-belt pulley on it, and we have a tractor to power it that's got the little drive pulley off the PTO for a flat belt. And so we're seeing how to adapt A to B and run that big crusher. We won't have to run it very much because it is a beast.
Yeah, that's a big jaw.
I tell you what, man, that will put the hurt to everything we're throwing through it, except maybe a big chunk of kryptonite.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything, a big jaw like that go after kryptonite, but yeah, that's tough. That's tough. So that's basically the setup. There's a lot of different ways to do it. We're just trying to figure out what's the simplest and where to go from where. How big a flat belt pulley would you need?
6
Will it
inch
track
something?
well on something that small?
Yeah,
Are they
track
are
fine.
they like concave, convex,
With the
cylindrical?
belt?
Yeah,
No, it's flat.
flat.
Just flat. The pulleys usually, though, if you look at them, high center, they're kind of convex.
The driven pulleys.
Yeah. So that when the belt grabs it, it stays straight on the pulley with that high spot in the pulley. It doesn't want to float off so easy.
As long as you got the twist in it.
Yeah, as long as there's a twist in it.
Huh. Okay, let's see here. Oh.
See if it caught up with you.
Let's see. This computer's not as fast. So we'll see here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too, Roberts. That's what Chris suggested, and it might not be a bad setup to keep it short and simple.
I don't see yours right now, Dobbinks. Let me check my junk. Make sure it didn't get sent to there. Don't see anything. Hello? Wow. Anyhow. I don't know yet. We're still working on the planning and execution, Lars. I still haven't seen your email, Dobbinks. Well, the magnetic separation will usually help.
Well, yeah, that's a must when you have heavy black sands. Magnetite.
Still don't see anything, Dubbinks.
It might take his a while to get out. He said he
Okay,
had
email
slow
with
internet.
photo of gold sent. Take care, John.
Yeah, John, thanks for being here.
Oh, you did that.
Have you got all the cords plugged back into that computer yet?
No, just the power cord. Because if I need to pick it up and hold it out again, I don't want to be on doing other stuff again.
Yeah.
Ah, got it. That's pretty coarse stuff.
That's pretty coarse. Yeah, that shouldn't be that hard to get separation. I honestly, on small amounts, I would say the blue ball. I mean, that just makes your life a lot easier.
It's awful hard for me to hold at the right angle there. There we go.
That light
I've got it.
isn't helping either. But
Yeah, I've got. So.
But yeah, there's some gold there and some hematite and magnetite. And
Organic, healthy soda cracking open?
yeah.
No.
Yeah. Ha
That's Shasta Diet Cola that you hear.
Yep, that's what I say, Chris. The blue bowl would be his best way for now.
It got here. Dubbinks. Yeah, but you know, you can either live with civilization or without it, and of the two, without seems a lot more fun a lot of times.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, Lauren, when the walleyes are slamming, let me know. Okay.
That should be any day now.
Yeah.
About that time of the year.
He said there's fishermen out there on Lake Helena right now. So whenever you want to go chase some, let me know.
Yeah.
We'll have to take it since I'm working essentially 7 days a week.
Right. You
I
never
can take
stop.
off whenever I want, you know?
Yeah, at least for a couple hours.
Already did, Dubbinks. I don't have the way to do it
on the
internet, so I just hold my other computer up here
yeah.
and let him look at it. It's low tech, kinda.
Yeah.
It's quasi low tech.
Yeah, cheating tech.
Yeah. Well, Dubbinks, one of the things I found when it comes to panning is don't try and get down to the gold. Get 90% of the stuff out of your pan. Put the concentrate somewhere else. Do it again, do it again, do it again. Once you've gone through everything and you've quickly eliminated 90%, then go back to your concentrates and do the same thing again.
Yeah, but Keith's got some really good panning videos if you go back and doing fine gold and getting that. And panning into another pan, once you get down to your real fine concentrate, panning into another pan so you can speed up the process, get down to some gold, take the gold out of the pan,
and then repan it.
Then switch pans and go back the other way. And you can make it a lot quicker than spending hours and hours fighting for that little bit of gold.
Yeah. I say that's kind of my, I don't know, OCD.
Yeah.
Speed.
I agree, because it's speed. I mean, time is money too.
Dubbinks, that's where a pan comes in handy to check. Always check your tailings. You know, that sort of thing.
Recheck everything. Redundancy is your best friend in gold mining. Check your tailings coming off the end of your sluice multiple times, or put a pan under the end of the sluice and check that pan once in a while. Just see if it's what's getting past you.
Yeah.
Because then you can change the angle of your sluice, or you can slow down how you're feeding it. There's a lot of things that you can do to vary and make up for if you do have losses.
Well, that doesn't sound like a very long
3
sluice.
feet a dream, 6 feet, 18-inch box.
For an 18-inch box, that's what 18. It's only about a 4 or 5 to 1 ratio, isn't it?
3 feet a dream in a 6 foot, just a 6 foot box.
Yeah, that's fairly short. You definitely want to be checking your tails there. It depends on if somebody's feeding the sluice box and somebody else is working the cons, it's not too bad. But yeah, save the stuff that can be done at home for when you're not in the field.
Right. Black mat first 3 feet, then dream mat second 3 feet.
You're definitely checking the tails.
What are you feeding this box with? I mean, just shoveling into it, or are you dredging into that box, or?
Okay, David.
See you, David. Ugh. No, blind dude, all your gold is not in the upper section. That's what everybody always believes is, oh, I catch all my gold right away in the top. That's not true. You're just catching the easy gold in the top.
Oh, that's the cataract.
Okay, that sounds like you're doing a good job there. I mean, if you're running it strictly as a stream sluice, that's a good point, Chris. If you're running it too slow, yeah, you can actually carry some of that gold. You're working it. You'll keep bumping it until you push it out of the box. Sometimes more water and running it faster does a better cleaning job and gets the settling that you want. So there, you got to find that medium.
Hey, Wolfman.
Hey, Wolfman. I didn't even see he was here before.
Ooh. You get more of those, huh?
Classifying is a good idea. Huh. Wide banded, so it's fairly flat.
750 pieces of 100 mesh. That would be tedious. Wow.
Did he count them?
What is that? It says Dock of Gold Hog counted out 750 pieces of 100
it
mesh.
takes a while to add up.
Weight was about 1.5 grains. I'm a hard rock guy. I don't have much to add.
Well, it's
Don't have much experience with this stuff.
yeah, an undercurrent idea. I like Chris's idea there because you can, you're kind of grizzling the top and getting that finer material down into a box that can hang it.
Yeah. Well, you don't have
I
the
mean,
big rocks bouncing over your riffles
when
and
you're-
knocking stuff.
You're trying to do things, as cheap and easy as you can, or you're carrying equipment in for a long ways. It's harder to keep modifying and making changes, but
How important is that slick plate there?
in the top
Jim?
of a box, a slick plate's very important because you get some complete changes in the material weights and sizes, and it'll kind of segregate and stratify somewhat before it starts going through the rest of the box. So, especially in a bigger operation, a slick plate stuff is important, really important. And even in a high bank or anything, a lot of times they'll have at least a small area to let that material, or a crash box. Like if you're using a dredge, usually you'll have a crash box that'll let some of that material start to kind of reconfigure before it goes across your sluices.
Okay. Okay, Dob Inks.
The definitely Rock Butcher, that's always an issue as to how technical and how complex you want to get your system as far as catching every bit of gold. If you're going to, try to get every darn last fleck, you're not going to run material to where you could actually make up the difference in more gold by just running more material and running faster. So that there's always that trade-off of where do you cut the line as far as, the quality or the dollars. Can I make more dollars faster by running more material and not worry about that 1 penny loss?
Yeah, I agree with Rock Butcher. It's always it's trade-off between productivity and efficiency.
I've seen some of the most complex systems that anybody's ever designed, and one of them I was just in awe of what they were doing, running from their sluice box, this was a big operation, but they literally were running into like 100-ton dumpster or 100-yard dumpster, and then pumping that material from the dumpster bin up to another triple screen deck for all fine material to separate out the black sand and the fine gold, and then running that into a system of tables. And it was a babysitting nightmare. And to be honest with you, I don't know if it could have ever paid for itself.
Pay for itself?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's like they kept making it more complex because they thought they had to have it more complex. And it's like, whoa. You spend $100,000 to make 10,000. I mean, it was like, what the hell are you guys doing here?
I wish they were paying me the $100,000.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's how nuts this gets sometimes, though.
Yeah, people do that.
And you've seen it even in hard rock. They build a plant and then find out they don't have enough ore to feed the damn plant, or they don't have water for the plant. Or, I mean, there's so many variables that were never taken into account in the design.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is, did they drill in the case of a big open pit mine? Did you drill underneath where you're planning to put the mill?
Put the mill on top of the best ground, right?
Yeah, that's happened more than once.
That can happen in Placer too. They build the whole damn town on the Placer, and then go, oh shit.
Yep.
Well, that's fine as long as the tailings are paying out. It doesn't matter, and a lot of times tailings will run cleaner. It's actually easier to get the gold out if they've gotten rid of the clay already,
Exactly, Rock Butcher.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's poor planning on somebody's part in the front end of the program. They're in a hurry to get to production instead of figuring out what is ore and what isn't and where's a good place to do this.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty stupid mining engineers too. There's a saying, educated beyond your intelligence.
Oh yeah.
I've
you
seen
rise you rise to your level of incompetence. Yes.
in a bureaucracy.
Yeah. Well, in anything, you think you're smarter and smarter and smarter, and usually you can be proven wrong fairly fast. But
Is that what is happening to me?
yeah, no, it's a completely interesting business, mining. No matter what kind of mining you're doing, because you will never learn it all.
I keep refreshing, looking for that picture, Dubbinks, but I don't see it yet.
Yeah, Chris. No, you that's a natural progression. You rise to your level of incompetence. You get so good that you could fool yourself.
Or sometimes we just lay on the floor and take a nap.
I can totally agree with you on that, Rock Butcher. I've worked with some great geologists that I thought were really good, and I've met some that I was wondering why they were even there. And mining engineers can be the same way.
Absolutely. But it's better to have a dumbass mining engineer than a dumbass pilot flying the plane. Yeah.
Still says
Only if you're
Okay.
one of those people who flies on planes.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, it
pilot
was-
does not fly
It
on
was
planes.
hilarious that on Mentor the other day, they had one of, I think it was Malaysian Airlines. It was kind of unusual for them. They were going to Newport, but it was required to put the pitot tube covers on.
Yeah.
4 different people walked around that airplane and nobody saw the
Inspecting.
pitot tube covers on.
Inspected it and didn't inspect it, right?
And then they go to take off and the GPS is saying ground speed 60 miles an hour and the airspeed indicator says 0. And they didn't just go, I think we better hit the brakes and check this out.
No.
They got up in the air before they figured out they had no airspeed indicators.
Yeah.
Luckily there wasn't a whole lot of wind that day, so they could kind of use the GPS ground speed as a reasonably close approximation. Holy crap.
Make for some fun flying.
You just gotta wonder sometimes. It's like, holy crap. But then how many times have you done something and you go, well, that was really stupid?
Oh, many. Yeah, I'm not a genius. I know that much.
Oh, Roberts, it was a lot worse than that. They knew about it for many, many months. They were trying to fix it quietly so Congress didn't hear about it. Yeah.
No, it's
the only thing worse than ego is politics, and you put the two together and you have disaster.
well,
Witness current
gee,
affairs.
Gee, aren't we there yet?
No.
Yeah. Be the last thing they'd want to teach the kids, right, Jeff?
Chris, they not only been warned about it, they knew it the first time they test fired one of those things. They knew that they had a problem.
Yeah.
Of course not, Roberts. Nobody even got fired or reassigned except for the 2 engineers that tried to stop the launch. They were reassigned.
Yeah, that's usually how it works.
Yeah. Because they were troublemakers. I'd rather be a troublemaker with a clear conscience.
Me too.
You know?
That's where I've drawn the line. It's like, no, you don't want to be, don't want to be doing this. And because, like in gold mining, everybody wants to hurry to get to the gold, but it doesn't always, that's not the way to go. You need to spend the time, even like Keith is doing, to figure out the process, to make sure that the process works. Then if you upscale and, bring it, start ramping it up into production, now you know that you can be profitable if you keep spending money. and time and effort.
Well,
And placer's no different. If you didn't do your testing, and you can go back and watch Gold Rush or any of these shows, if these guys would jump into someplace, start digging and moving dirt and spend tens of thousands or millions of dollars and find out, gee, we got an ounce of gold. And it's like, what the hell? You know, you got to do your testing and figure out the financial side of it, and then go, okay, this can substantiate X amount of input and a certain size operation, and now we can actually make some money on the other end of this thing.
yeah.
Yeah, you're better off to blow $10,000 testing to find out there's no value than to lie to yourself thinking you're going to go out there and you're going to make $1 million if you put in 50,000, because you're going to burn through the 50,000 about as fast as you can and find out that this didn't work.
Well, and the thing is, yeah, dubbings, I still haven't seen it. It's a lot easier.
Yeah, Rock Busher. That's why they have you guys there. Somebody's got to take the fall, right?
It's a lot less stressful when you have 20% losses in a 10-gram sample than if you were doing a kilogram, you know?
Yeah, no, you know, that's, and Rock Butcher, you know, these guys who know their business that will tell you the same thing I'm saying. If you don't go through all the steps carefully and make sure before you just start throwing money at it, hey, we raised a whole bunch of money and now we got to spend it. Yeah, you'll spend it.
It could be dubbings. Especially if you're on dial-up, so to speak. Yeah, it's amazing to see some of the stupidity. And then there's also something called just sheer bad luck.
Well, there is bad luck. And I mean, and you can be on something that tested very well and that, you know, you figured the process out and it still doesn't quite pay out. And that I would put as the more bad luck. I mean, that's something that was unknown completely that you should have caught in testing or something, but you just didn't, or in drilling.
Well, sometimes it's just really bizarre, like that one that Bernie Stannis told us about, where they drilled a pattern on 100-foot centers, north-south,
and landed just on the specific.
It was stratified,
yeah,
you know, 100 foot apart, north-south.
Right. Bad luck.
And I say that's just pure bad luck, unless the bedrock was exposed somewhere where you could see that there was rock changing there.
Well, you'd think they would have cross drilled it somehow.
Why? Why would you?
Well, just to be sure, you know.
Well, that gets into the point of you can never stop testing completely if you want to eliminate all risk.
Right, but that's one of the reasons nowadays you rarely will see full vertical drilling either. They'll drill at angles to take the intercept and cross through it, and take the intercept and cross through it, because that way they can start to identify crap like that, versus getting right over the ore body, drilling a vertical hole directly into and going, bonanza!
You know, they didn't realize it was stratified.
Yeah, I know.
I say these are the sort of things that's like, what the hell? Yeah, it's just crazy what can happen sometimes. I say then between reality being more complicated than we would like, and people being a lot stupider than
you think they are.
They usually are.
At least they pretend to be.
Yeah.
Well, anybody can make a mistake, but if you really do take your time and walk through a step procedure, you're going to figure out that, okay, this is doable.
Well, another thing that I think,
it's like a business plan, you know, you need to think about the what ifs to a certain extent. You can't always let that stop you from doing something, but as long as you're aware of, this could go bad,
Well, another thing that is heavily underutilized is just having somebody else look at it.
Definitely.
'Cause-
Give me an opinion. Get another geologist or somebody that you trust
fresh
to
set
look.
of eyes.
Yep, you look this over and tell. Here's what we came up with. Walk through it.
No. Say, what do you see here?
No.
Don't tell them.
Well, that's another way to do it. Is
Oh, yeah.
completely new. Yeah.
Say, look, here's the situation
But
we have here.
as far as
What do you want to know? And you ask us questions. We're not going to tell you anything. You have to ask us the questions. If we have the answers, we'll tell you. If we
Right.
don't, we'll say we don't have the
well,
answers.
that's a good way.
Yeah.
That's exactly right, Chris.
Jeff, I think what he meant was you're expecting to get so many pounds of concentrates at so much black sand percentage after so much material has been passed through, and that's not what they got. So either the material changed or the recovery changed, one or the other. But that's exactly what we mean by looking, and always double checking stuff, so that when something goes awry, you pick it up as early as possible. You should listen to that little voice that says something's not right here.
Yep. Yeah, no, definitely believe your instincts. Sometimes are pretty damn accurate, actually. When something doesn't feel right or something isn't right, figure out why.
There was one time I was rappelling down in a mine shaft,
Yeah.
and I got a bad feeling. I went up, the anchor had shifted.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
that kind of give you the willies there for a second. Like,
that could be a bad thing.
Yeah, that would have been a hell of a ride down the hall.
Yep. And so that's especially in a life and death situation, if you got a bad feeling, stop and double check. And don't be afraid of pussying out. If you got a bad feeling on something and you don't really have to do it, just back the hell off.
Yeah.
Because, your subconscious may be seeing something and saying, that's a really bad idea.
Yeah, that's true. Reverse circulation has its limitations. It's a quick and dirty way of getting a hole in the ground, though. A cheaper way.
A lot cheaper, a lot faster
than core drilling.
Oh, enormously.
Yep.
Dawbinks, let me question something again. You say the gold is in the slimes, therefore the more concentrates I can bring home, the more gold I'm bringing home. What are you using for the word slimes? What is your definition of the word slimes? Because I think you may be using a somewhat different definition. That doesn't seem to match what I would think of.
Yeah.
Drill cuttings is the ground up rock that the drill bit makes as it goes through the rock. It cuts the rock, chips the rock, spalls the rock.
He's a geologist. He knows what.
Now that's not cool, Gold Stream. Yes, slimes would be very small particles, exactly. So to concentrate, typically a sluice doesn't concentrate by size. It concentrates by cross-sectional density. And so in many ways, if it's in the slimes, run it over a sluice first and then classify as fine as you can get away with. Okay, there we go. I got another one here from Dawbinks. Okay.
Decent little setup. Might want to run a slick plate box ahead of that for 2 feet that you're shoveling onto a slick plate. You guys can see that box. So ideally, you want to be shoveling onto just a slick plate of metallite, you know. Unless you're running a little box and a grizzly up over that or something. But should catch your gold if you can get your angles right and everything.
I would think that if you run the top sluice and then classify before the bottom sluice with another, with a slick plate sort of thing, do an undercurrent.
Well, speeding the water flow up though too, and getting a little more angle on that thing wouldn't hurt you at all either. You may get better separation.
Or if it's like my gold particles rock butcher, smaller than your average bacterium. Oh.
We are in bad shape in that regard.
Yeah, but it's good shape for leaching. It really dissolves easily.
Yeah.
Should the dream mat be in front of or after the great riffles?
Should be after you. Ideally, you want to run your heaviest riffles at the top.
Yep, I would agree. That's the correct term. Just wanted to check because usually, slimes are recovered through screening or settling, whereas concentrates are recovered by differential settling, Oh, yeah, Rock. That they are. Oh, I was afraid of that 2 summers ago when I couldn't get it to settle in a bucket.
Yeah, when you had it and it wouldn't even come out of suspension.
Yeah.
It was like, ooh.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, when you leave it overnight and it wouldn't even come out of suspension, the gold was still held somewhere in the bucket. It was like, uh-oh.
Yeah. I don't think gravity separation is going to work on this one.
Definitely not. No gravity separation on that one.
Yep.
That was truly what I would call slimes.
Yeah. That's pretty nasty.
So it wasn't as thick as pudding, but it wouldn't separate either.
It is ridiculous stuff.
I do not know, Robert. I'm not that familiar with it. Chris might have an opinion on bleach hydrochloric acid for leaching. I know it wouldn't work for my rock because it's 1/3 dolomite. So you'd eat up so much acid. Just neutralizing the rock would be ridiculous. Goldstream is all Mr. Negativity on the dream mat.
Goldstream don't like dream mats, huh?
Well, evidently not.
Let me,
but I don't blame him.
Let me read you the quote, and you can give us your opinion. Dream mats make good floor mats for your truck. That's about it.
I will accept that.
That's pretty straightforward, I think.
Those rear straps on my camper work real good for beating the mud off of my shoes.
Yeah.
That's what it was designed for. That's why I did it that way. But yeah. It suck on bare feet though.
Oh,
trying to get in and out of the, because it's not just the
bars,
but I cross-checked them with a grinding wheel.
To
get
make them
some
rough.
Grip, because otherwise they'd be pretty slippery.
Skate sideways on a wet or icy.
Yep.
Yep.
Could be blind, dude. Not my specialty.
That's about it, Jeff. Actually, slimes in placer would be mainly just in clay or organic material. Or an oil like a pine oil or something you were picking up also could give you some issues. But placer, you're not going to really have slimes per se, not like when you're crushing hard rock and pulverizing it to dust and then liquefying it and creating a real mess.
Yeah, we can generate non-clay slimes in our process. We're trying to minimize it. That's why I'm screening to 20 mesh.
Right.
To minimize that.
Yep.
Hopefully I get good recoveries in the actual process. It does fine in the bottle roll. Getting up about 90% recovery in 24 hours. That's not bad. Well, if they're silt-sized hematites and they're not bound to the gold, I do a magnetic separation, if possible, out in the field. There's a guy has a channel called Mining Magnets, and he makes a really nice magnetic separator. I've tested it against.
That thing is pretty cool.
I've tested against hard rock concentrates, which is some really fine gold, and it worked fine for me. And I say that's what I would try first. I guess really small hematite. You can grind anything fine enough if you try it. Maybe more, you may actually be getting more precipitates, in terms of iron oxide precipitates in water might do something really small. But magnetic separation might be pretty useful. Are they magnetic hematites? Oh.
That's
Yeah, I don't.
That's the truth. There is nothing perfect, but
Well, if you're high banging, you're probably shoveling into it on a regular basis.
Banging it and moving it.
Non-magnetic iron oxides that are silt-sized. Barely magnetic. Right. There's ways of dealing with that, but it gets kind of complicated with the magnetics. You can use your very powerful magnets or induced magnetic fields too.
Like you said, it's not always magnetic enough to even grab it.
That's what I'm saying. I think using eddy currents or something like that, you can actually induce magnetism temporarily in it. But it's I'll say that might be an issue. Always run into these issues. Yeah, I understand, Dob Inks. Things are what you get, not what you wish they were. It would be nice if it's, nice, consistent 1 ounce nuggets in sand, but that never happens.
And if it happens to anyone on the channel, pics or it didn't happen.
And that's what I was thinking, Goldstream. It ain't cheap. What are the other questions? Quite often, Jeff, you do that, but you need to often put some kind of sizing between them or something.
Different materials. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with sluice, especially if you've got length to do it in.
Well, that's a possibility, Argonaut.
And change water flow, change width to get faster velocities or wider for slower velocity.
Yeah, Argonaut suggested roasting it to change it into magnetite, but you not only have the high energy requirements, I'm not sure what temperature you have to take it up to transition, but then you also would have to regrind it. Yeah, because it's going to tend to, especially when you're starting with a wet material, but even then, it's going to tend to cake on you. And yeah, Daubings, but there's other ways you can do it too, such as an elutriation column. Let me show you how that works here. Anyway, there's this. Oh,
That and that.
I don't know. I think I've got a black pen running around somewhere that I don't see. So, an elutriation column works by the simple method. If you have a column of water rising, then the particles with the higher cross-sectional density, in other words, particle size the same, they're a heavier particle, will tend to settle. These are going down, while the larger particles, or the lower density particles, will tend to go up. It's a matter of getting a nice smooth flow and getting just the right amount of flow. But in your stream sluice setup, you might be able to have your sluice coming down, then having an undercurrent here, and sending it somewhere, maybe further downstream or whatever. Or you could even dig a hole in the ground and put it in there, and then have an upwelling, so that as it comes like this, the gold would tend to settle down here. Now that depends on the size of the various particles, the shape of the various particles, and whatever. Right. But if you were to cut this down to 100 mesh, it's entirely possible that you could get the hematite to go up while the gold would settle down.
Stay in the bottom.
Yeah. And it's a more gentle method of recovering the gold than a sluice is. Sluice has turbulence and such. So in some ways, it has limitations. Any water flow that's powerful enough to move a large particle is going to be more powerful than you need to move a small gold particle in many cases.
Yep. That's the problem, is trying to find those.
So that's why you do classification and
trying
stuff
to find
on that.
those, figure the issues out. And I'd agree with Goldstream. There is the miner's moss is going to be more cons, but you can grab just about everything with it.
It would work that way. Yes, the gold drop is an elutriation system, Robert. It looks like a very nice one. I mean, it looks very adjustable and such, but that's exactly what it is. Okay. Yeah, magnetite should be real easy to get out of there. That should be something you should be able to strip out pretty quickly.
Well, I've seen situations where you had so much magnetite it made sluicing a real bitch.
But, oh, Mr. Negativity here.
I'm not being negative. There's situations. I mean, I can take you to one up here that you can't believe the amount of magnetite. And it makes separating gold a bitch.
I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to, Daubings, in terms of was I taught wrong in geology class. But yeah, magnetite is a very specific crystalline form of iron oxide. Hematite is a different one. Limonite is even more complicated. It's got sulfur in it, you know. Oh. Jigs sometimes work pretty well. Yep.
A jig can work really well.
Yeah.
But it's another expensive piece of equipment. I mean, in a bigger operation, definitely I would say almost mandatory, but.
Yep. Yeah, what they're talking about, Dobbings, too, is if you have a really strong magnet, the hematite might be sufficiently attracted to it to separate. You can also use eddy currents, but that gets high voltages and stuff like that. Would there be a real simple chemical way to treat the cons to change that hematite to magnetite? Anybody?
Mm-mm.
I don't think so.
Nope. You just got to design and figure out what'll keep some of that moving and separating out of your box.
Yeah. Well, another thing that might work in the long run is, let's say, if you had enough, then leach it with Eco Goldex for the small stuff, and then transfer that to resin and then smelt it.
He isn't at that level from
Yeah.
what I understand, so that's not.
Yeah, I agree. It's a pretty complex system. So how did it work out, Jeff? Yeah, I believe it, Brock. They like each other, that iron and oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah, different mats will catch different things. So if you put them in sequence, you can catch different things.
You got to just find a spot that piece of gold will settle.
You could slice up old tires and throw them in the sluice and still catch gold. Yeah, but I bet you different treads would work differently.
Yeah, no, it's it's not as complicated as some of these guys try to make it, but we have to look at your water flow and velocity and the weights of the material you're trying to sluice, and try to figure out a happy medium. If you can shovel at a certain speed and just keep moving material, that might be more beneficial than trying to catch that last two little pieces of gold.
Yeah, the problem with smelting is it takes a lot of energy and the fluxing chemicals. So that can be pretty expensive if you haven't got it to a pretty high concentration. You're going to need to be in the multiple percent before it really becomes feasible. This resin I'm testing right now is running like 5 to 10% gold by weight. And the resin itself is a plastic, so it can be destroyed or oxidized relatively easy compared to iron oxide, which is pretty durable. Hey, Mohammed, how's it going? Oh. Oh my goodness. I need to write that report in the morning.
Yeah.
I think it's right here, isn't it? Should be on top of my thing. Yep. There we go. I got that.
Keep the notes at the top.
Well, the thing is Eva doesn't get up till about noon. We got our rooms to do, and then we can head out to the ranch. That means I got all morning
To get
without much
get
to
the
do.
other
So
stuff.
writing that report will work out fine.
Well, the goddess will not wake up unless you start throwing temper tantrums and screaming while you're writing.
Well,
Shouldn't be that hard. Yeah. Yeah, the boss wants a fairly detailed analysis of the cost and profitability of the envisioned situation
Going
this summer,
forward,
and it's
yeah.
going to vary. The profitability, of course, varies enormously on the grade that we're punching through at the time, but the cost will stay pretty stable per ton, I would imagine. Mining, transportation, stuff like that. Cost per ton's pretty steady. It's only when it's like, what's the payback per ton?
Yeah.
That's the variable.
Right. There's always those. I mean, you can try to work with numbers, but it doesn't mean they're the real numbers until later.
Well, as I say, we've actually mined this stuff, and we know what we can transport and this and that. So those numbers should be able to get those within 10 or 20%.
Yeah.
The questions tend to be more in the final extraction end and stuff like that. And the real big question is, what kind of grade are we going to be punching through as we progress?
Go down.
It should
Hopefully
get
gets
better.
Yeah.
But how much better, and how steady, and can we really improve things by throwing away more wall rock and going just with the
High grading the material a little
high
bit
grading
more.
a little bit more?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Sometimes you have to do that.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Were you talking to me, Rock? Okay. We're basically primarily using a demolition hammer, loading buckets, hauling them up 4 buckets at a time on a carriage, sending them down a high line to a trail about 40 linear feet away.
Yeah.
And then loading them on a quad, hauling them to a trailer, and then hauling them to private property where the actual milling operation is set up. We've done all of that stuff so far, so we have a good handle on what kind of productivity we can have, and what the costs are. And so I say that's basically the big variable is going to be the ore grade we're in at the time, and that, according to previous sampling, should triple or quintuple over the next 10 to 15 feet. Now, the next 10 to 15 feet is a fair amount of tons to get through.
Yeah.
Basically, we're steepening up a decline and taking bottom. And we need to try and get a good handle so we can visually identify the ore. There's multiple events in this vein. There's at least 3 different types of rock in the vein itself, plus some altered wall rock. So we need to try and get a good idea of what the approximate ore grade is by visual, so we can then do a ore waste separation on site and leave the low grade. There's nothing there that's basically completely waste. There's nothing there without gold in it. But when it gets below, oh gosh, 1 to 2/10 of an ounce per ton, it's waste as far as we're concerned.
Yeah.
You know.
Small scale, you're
At
never going to
current
make any
prices.
money.
Yeah. And so that's what width? Roughly 2 feet of actual vein, vertically bedded. So the mining is actually fairly easy to do. You're basically taking bottom, working a flat platform that gets bigger as we go down, because the basically started the initial cut about 18 inches thick, and it's about 5 degrees steeper than the original decline. So as long as the vein stays mineable grade, and doesn't, waste doesn't force us to, take a thinner slice, we should be in pretty good shape in terms of tonnage and mining. Some of this rock is what we call kryptonite. It's a very hard mineralized quartz, unsure of the actual grade at this point, but it's so tough that a really nice Hilti demolition hammer can get stopped. And as such, we've got a Sierra blaster when we get those really hard spots that we just can't take out.
Blast it.
And then just pop it and continue on. So far, we've only had to do that once. Everything else I've been able to get to come out. Sometimes a little chunky, but if it's already broken into something that big, if I can just get it broken loose,
Yeah, right. Get it out of your way.
that's not a big problem. And so that's basically how we're acquiring the ore. And then I say we haul it off to the mill and crush it, leach it with the Eco Gold X, and then try and recover it with resin. And then the tricky part seems to be efficiently recovering the gold out of the resin. But yeah. So that's basically it. I say we've done enough mining at the end of last season to get a good handle on what's happening. We will need to start putting in some ground control now. It may not be absolutely necessary, but it'll be good for safety. And so that'll complicate it a little bit. There isn't really a hanging wall or foot wall. It's vertically bedded. So we have a north wall and a south wall. And we're going down at 65 degrees along the plane of the vein, the mineralization there. And we have no idea. I mean, we may hit some really rich pockets for all I know. I can't tell. But that's what we got. And I say the hanging wall and foot wall, I'm pretty sure running like 1/10 of an ounce to the ton in the immediate vicinity of the vein. Don't know what the whole ridge runs or anything like that at this point. There's also the significant possibility that there are some cross-bedded structures there that will also be high grade. There's another structure right there that was mine, we call the pack rat structure, that was interbedded in the sedimentary formation. So it dips at 60 degrees and it's perpendicular to what we call the perpendicular vein for perpendicular reasons. And that perpendicular vein is a fracture that's been filled, whereas the pack rat structure appears to be a replacement vein in dolomite. Yes, it's leachable, but not profitable on the scale that we're operating. If the whole ridge was to run that, yeah, then you stake the crap out of it, make sure you're solid on all that, and then go look for a big company, And so that's the thing. It'll go to a dump, which could be recovered later, theoretically. For example, if the price of gold goes up. Not that, of course, anyone's expecting the price of gold to go up, since everything is so stable and the money supply is so great, and there's no inflation or international tensions or anything like that that could skyrocket the price of gold. But even then, your situation on a micro scale would be you want to move the best stuff first in a situation like that. So say we're cautiously optimistic about the gold price. We have, with an abundance of caution, stocked the chemicals and resin we believe we'll need for this season because of, well, of course, there'd never be a supply chain disruption in our modern, perfectly reliable supply chain, but we just thought it wouldn't be a bad idea,
I think that's his second question.
Add it?
There, add it.
Okay.
Minimum viable cost.
Let's see. Is he there anywhere before?
Right
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
Your minimum viable. Same
Okay.
question, I guess.
That's basically rule of thumb: 1 ounce per ton, 1 foot wide. If there's no serious complications, you should be able to make a profit on that. 1/2 ounce to the ton, 2 feet wide, you should be able to make a profit if there's no serious complications. The question is, serious complications can arise. So that's why you have to use caution, test everything. We have found some things just flat didn't work as planned, period. For example, originally we were planning some kind of high efficiency gravity separation, of which I have something that will do that. This rock is totally unsuitable because the gold is just so fine. 80% passing 6.8 microns, I think it is.
Yeah.
6.8
Yeah,
microns.
2000 mesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Like you don't see it fine.
Terry, manipulation is my explanation.
Well, there's another way of looking at that, Terry, that actually, year to date, gold's still kind of holding right about zero, even though it came down. But everything else is lost 50 or 70% or whatever in the stock market and that. So did gold go up or not? In a way, it kind of did go up, or at least it's holding, it's maintaining its value. So it's a different way of looking at it when you separate it from the dollar value.
You're welcome, Dawbinks. That's why we have this thing on Monday. We do a lot of
every Monday night. We try to do this
crowdsourcing here,
unless it's a holiday or something.
And most of the people here are pretty free with their information. There are some things I can't tell you because it's confidential, but aside from that, try and help each other out. You guys have helped me out a lot, that's for sure.
Oh, definitely. This has been really fun with, the more miners we get in here, the more fun it is.
Yeah, pretty much, Rock. I expect that relationship to increase in intensity in the not too distant future here, would be my guess.
Well, if nothing else, it'll still maintain its value.
I would think so.
You go back historically, an ounce of gold would buy a really good suit of clothes, a hat, and then, and maybe a new gun. And honestly, value-wise, for what it is, it probably still buys basically the same thing.
It does.
So it hasn't lost value like everything else.
Exactly.
It's not that the pickup costs $70,000 or $90,000. It's the money's worthless, guys.
Yeah.
That's how,
Not money.
Well, the value of the dollar.
Let's do a little
worthless.
Calculation here.
A quarter used to buy a tank of gas in 1965. 64.
You mean a gallon of gas?
A gallon of gas.
Yeah,
A quarter still buys a gallon of gas this year if you can find somebody who will take a silver coin.
Sterling, silver.
sterling, an actual piece of silver.
Well, let's see.
Value of the silver.
Real
What did a
money.
pickup truck cost in 1970, roughly?
I can bring you up the chart. There's a
$1,700 or
chart that's
something.
gold to
Brand new one?
commodity.
Yeah. Pickups are half the price of a car.
Not that I
Yeah,
recall.
They
when
were-
we get
they were
to the
cheap.
Actual figures.
Oh,
hold
I
on
can
a
tell
second.
you, in 1985, I bought a brand new loaded Chevy
Uh-huh.
4-wheel drive Silverado.
Yeah.
For $8,500.
8,500, brand new.
Yep. And I was making $15
And this was
in
85.
1985, and I
So
was
that's
making
about
$15 an hour. Well,
So it's about $400 an ounce back then.
yeah.
So about 21 ounces of gold.
Yeah.
Okay. Now what's a pickup truck cost?
Something in that same caliber, 80 grand,
Okay, 80,000
10 times the
And
money.
today is
divided by
$1,800 for gold.
1850.
Yeah.
43 ounces of gold.
Yeah.
So it's gone up in
yeah.
price.
No, it's inflated, but
Yeah.
it's the dollar value that's the problem.
Well,
There's
it's also got up.
actually a website called Macro Trends
Uh-huh.
that has a lot of charts about this.
Yeah.
That teaches you how real money operates, because that's the thing. Gold and silver are real money. Real money has rules.
Yeah. No, it's a very interesting situation we're living in right now. The thing that I find most concerning is the unpredictability of it all. Around here, Mohammed, they really haven't increased that much. You know, I was making $13-14 an hour as an equipment operator in 1980. What does an equipment operator make now? Just a standard
Maybe
Around
24, 25, depending on maybe
Yeah.
union, it might be 40, but
Yeah, no.
honestly, yeah, if you just went down here to the gravel pit and
Yeah.
got a job as an equipment operator, you probably get lucky if you make $25 an hour.
Okay.
I've seen.
And the buying power, here's the problem, is
Yep.
the buying power. Like I said, in 1985, that $15 an hour bought a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Today, to have that same buying power, you'd have to be making about $150 an hour to have the same buying power. That's how worthless the money has become, or the value of our currency. You shouldn't call it money, because that's not what it is. But
Yeah.
It's fiat.
and that there is businesses and businessmen that have kept up with that. A lawyer who gets $300 an hour still has buying power. The average worker, though, you've lost your buying power. You can't afford a $500,000 home when you're making not enough money.
I'm guessing a 2-carat diamond in general, is that gem quality or just any 2 carats of diamonds? I'd be guessing about what, $20-30 a carat. I'm just wild ass guessing it here.
Oh, heck no.
I have no idea, but it's not
Gem
cheap.
quality. Okay, because you got a lot more there.
Gem quality is thousands per carat.
Mining cost, not selling
Right.
cost.
Mining cost less than 100.
108.
$108 a carat.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's what happens when you have a
Well-
cartel. Oh, by the way, folks, Eva forgot to mention a couple things. I will bring them up right now. Number one, the Salton Sea has lots and lots of lithium in it.
Yeah.
So that might be a good lithium source if anyone's over there.
Yeah, no, they'll ban that somehow because of some
yeah.
bird or something.
Oh, they're not going to allow it to be running.
But
They won't. Yeah, they'll
But-
let them pump. They'll let them start, and then they'll say, "No, you can't do that."
But the U.S. Congress is also talking about passing a bill called the NOPEC bill. You've heard of OPEC.
Yeah.
Well, it passed out of committee in the Senate. And what it basically seeks to do is remove the sovereign immunity from OPEC governments from being sued for antitrust regulation. Because they're clearly a cartel.
Mm-hmm.
And the oil minister or somebody from, I think it was the UAE, said, you do that, expect a 300% increase in the oil prices.
Yeah, no problem. We can fix that, right?
Yeah. And yeah. Oh goodness. Yeah, that it's like, can you please stop making it worse? You know? Holy crap.
They
We're,
don't want to stop.
we're poking the panda now too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
they'll have this royally screwed before we're done.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just insane. Oh well. We can't control it, we just react to it. That's why every one of us should be as prepared as we can for much
Whatever's
weirdness as
coming.
we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening, but I don't think it's going to take too long to find out, unfortunately.
That's kind of my thought. I don't know.
I think by next
Because
election
like
we'll have found out.
oil today jumped up some more.
What is it now?
It was how was it when I walked out the door? 107, 106 something a barrel. Which I'm expecting to see it hit 150 a barrel, but
Well, Rock, where did you sell your diamonds to? Well, that's
I'm sure there's a market.
I'm sure. Yeah. Antwerp? Okay.
Diamond cap.
Directly to the individuals, I guess. huh?
Cutters, yeah.
How do they get around the De Beers? Doesn't De Beers get annoyed? Let it burn, we can rebuild it up. Yeah, but how many billions of people die in the process is the question.
Yeah, that's the sad part.
You know, say, I'm not terribly concerned about myself. Among other things, I'm not terribly afraid of dying. But they let it go, huh? Okay. On the other hand, a lot of people are going to suffer. I guess that's 113 a barrel, huh?
Yeah, I know it was. Yeah.
Oh, geez. All of it avoidable. Yep. Well, good for you, Rock.
Yeah, Rock. That's honest work.
Wow, that's work. That's a 4-letter word, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that one, Argonaut. Let's see if anyone else does. See, I used to live down by there, so I know. Anyone else want to take a stab at the Salton Sea thing?
They're going to regulate it so nothing can be done.
It's California. That's a
It'll be
possibility.
turned into a protected area. You watch. And then they'll sell it to China.
I believe there was a flood involved in that too, Chris. But yeah, basically there was a flood on the Colorado River and it broke through the containment and just ran down into the Salton Sea. It's because it was low. It's
I've read
100 feet below sea level
way
or something.
back somewhere. I remember.
Yep. Yep. Oopsie. That's Eva's son Ryan's favorite term. Oopsie.
Oopsie.
Yep. Oh. Okay,
Yeah,
it's about that time, isn't it?
Yeah, guys, it's been a fun night and some good questions and good subject matter.
And I've got video for at least one or two
Episodes, huh?
things in this week already. Plus, we're doing other stuff. The tick outbreak. Well, I suggest you find some kind of nasty chemicals to spread all over your skin. Great luck to you, this eek. Now I suspect that's a typo, but it sounds good. I like that. Thank you, Rock.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being here again tonight, Rock.
Yeah.
We hope we can keep your interest. And
Yeah. Thanks for the input. I think they're much prettier myself, Chris. Eva, you think diamonds are pretty lackluster, don't you?
I like colored
diamonds, yeah.
Colored diamonds,
I'd
okay.
agree with that.
Rose
Colored
diamonds,
are-
canary diamonds, red diamonds, blue diamonds, not white diamonds. White diamonds are boring.
Nightbind, dude.
Yeah, thanks everybody again for being here tonight.
Yep. So anyhow, we got a lot of work to do this week, as usual. Oh, that can be kind of challenging. You've got my email, don't you, Rock Butcher?
It's on all your stuff. So.
Yeah, it's on my videos at the front there. Yep. Night, Chris.
Yeah, good night, Chris.
I presume I woke you up.
Yeah, he was taking a nap.
Yeah, Ned, take it easy. You know, worry about the future, not the present.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope you feel better, Ned.
Yeah, if you're not getting enough vitamin D, like about 4,000 units a day, it can't hurt to start now. I don't know if I've got the capability, but sure, give it a try. Oh, yeah, Chris. Well, I tried, but when you weren't there, I thought, well, what the heck? Take care, Ned.
Yep.
Take care of yourself. We don't want anything bad to happen to you.
More videos.
Yep. All righty.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
I'm going to call it a night. Thanks, Rock.
Good night, everybody.